Hello friends! Today we are gonna complete the Fiverr application using React, Node.js and MongoDB. This is the home page. When I click on any category, it's gonna fetch all the gigs belonging to that category. I can filter items using the minimum and the maximum price inputs. And also I can sort them. And I can get items using this search filter. We can create a new user and log in. Let's open a single gig page. Here we have the gig details, the user information and all the reviews of this gig. Let's purchase. We are gonna integrate this Stripe payment and you will learn how to handle a payment process using a Node.js server. After a successful payment, it's gonna create a new order and redirect us to the orders page. Let's see the gig page. After purchasing, we'll be able to add a new review. It's immediately here. Also, it calculates the new gig rating right away. And you'll see how to do that without using Redux. Let's get back to the orders. When I click here, it's gonna create a new conversation with that user. And I can send a new message. Let's log in as the seller in a new browser window. We can see the new orders, we can contact the customer, and here we can see all our conversations. As you can see, this is the conversation that I've created. I can mark as read, see the messages, and send a new message. As a seller, we can create a new gig. To upload files, we'll be using Cloudinary and all the images will be stored in a cloud server. Let's create the gig and it's here. It's a great project that will teach you all you need to know about full stack basics. You will learn how to create a clean API structure, how to filter documents using advanced methods, how to integrate Stripe into the server and receive payments, how to use JWT and cookies to provide security, how to use Postman shortcuts to test your API, basic rating system, error handling, useReducer for complex forms, file uploading, and more. By the way, this is the second part of the project. If you didn't watch the design part, you can find it in the description. I hope you will enjoy. If you want to see more projects like this, please like the video and write in the comments what kind of technologies you want to see for the next project. In the previous video, I asked your opinion and most people wanted a MERN stack. This is why I used MERN stack for this tutorial, and again, you will decide the technologies we will be using for the next project. Okay, if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, I created a new folder and inside this folder I'm gonna create my backend server. Let's say API folder, and in this folder let's create our Node application first. I'm gonna open my terminal and I will say cd API. I'm in the API folder right now and I'm gonna say npm init and y. Let's open up our folder. As you can see, we have a package.json. And our main JavaScript file is index.js. I should create this file here. Basically, we are gonna create and serve our backend server using this file. Of course, you can change its name, doesn't matter. But be careful here. If you change your file name here, you have to change here. And let's create our dependencies. Of course, the first one will be Express server. I'll say yarn add Express. And to run our application, we are gonna need NodeMon. Let's install them. Okay, as you can see, our libraries are here. To run our application, as I said, we are gonna be using NodeMon. I will say start NodeMon server.js. So whenever we make any changes in this file, NodeMon is gonna reload our application. Let's see, I will say console log test. Let's start our application, yarn start. I will save here. As you can see, test. If I change, It's gonna refresh our application like that. This is how we are using NodeMon. Okay. Of course, we are gonna install other libraries, but before, let's create our server. I will say import Express from Express. If I save, our application is gonna crash. That's because we are using AS6 modules here. By default, you should import your applications like const express require express. If I save, as you can see, there is no problem. But if you want to, instead of common.js, you can use AS modules, as I did here. If you want to use it like that, you should come here and say type and module. If you make any changes in your package.json, you should restart your application. By the way, I'm gonna save here. Let's do that. Yarn start. And as you can see, there is no problem anymore. Let's create our application. Const app express function. And we are going to be using localhost to run our application. To do that, we should listen any localhost port. I will say app listen. I'm going to write here any port number. And after connecting to this port number, I'm going to say backend server is running. I will save, and as you can see, it's here. Our application works. Okay, right now we can connect to MongoDB. Let's open up cloud.mongodb.com, and here you can create your own free cluster. And after creating, you are gonna see this page. And we are gonna connect to our database using our application. And after that, we are gonna create collections and documents. As you can see, this is our previous MERN stack project. As we did here, we are going to create our users, gigs, orders, and others. But how we are going to connect? Let's come here. Sorry, it's not here. I'm going to click database. As you can see, there's a connect button here. Let me make this page bigger. Firstly, we should allow our server to connect MongoDB. In our application, we are using localhost. In this case, you can add your current IP address, or if you want to, you can give access from anywhere. Let's do that. Of course, if you deploy your application instead of everywhere, you should add here your server IP address. But for now, it can stay like that. Let's give here a username and password. I will say Lama Dev. I will create, and let's choose connection method. We are going to be using our application. Let's copy here. And using this URI, we are going to connect to our DB. But how we are going to do that? We have here two options. The first one will be using MongoDB directly, and the other solution is using Mongoose. I recommend you to use Mongoose, that because it allows us to create collection schemas. What I mean by that? In this example, as you can see, we can define collections field here before making any CRUD operations, and it makes everything much easier. Firstly, we are gonna define our, let's say, user fields. Username is gonna be string, email, password. If you make any mistake when you make API request, it's gonna show you where the error is. I'm gonna come here, connection. As you can see, we are gonna be using this method, and we already have our MongoDB URL. We are just gonna copy this and paste inside this connect method. Let's do that. Let's open up one more terminal here. And I will say yarn add mongoose. Let's import this. And I'm gonna connect here. You can directly use this function, but I want to create something advanced here. We can catch any error. It's the better option. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. And let's paste our URI here. I'm gonna copy this and paste. I'm gonna change this password. It's gonna be Lama Dev. And you can write here any database name. And DB name will be, let's say, Fiverr. By the way, there is a warning here. Let's see. And it says in MongoDB 7, strict query option will be false by default. Okay, we can change it. Only thing you should do is writing here mongo set strict query will be true. Okay. And after this connection, we can write here anything. Let's say console log connected to MongoDB. Okay, connection is successful. If I change something here, as you can see, it has crashed. But there is something important here because we are revealing our password. So we can hide this information. I will copy this and I'm going to create here an env file .env and let's say Mongo and it's going to be this URI. Basically, you can write here any secret key. You should do this because if you share your code, you can easily hide this env file. In this case, no one will be able to access your data here. Okay, I will save. Of course, if you make any changes in your env file, you should restart your application. And right now, I'm going to use this. I'm going to delete here, process. .env and the variable name Mongo. If I do that, it's not gonna work. Oops, there is no handle error function. Let's say console log. And as you can see, there's an error. That's because it cannot read our string that we gave here. To prevent this problem, we are gonna need one more library and it's gonna be .env. Yarn add .env. Let's call this here and I'm going to write its configuration .env.config. Let's see right now. I'm going to refresh and it's successful. Okay. If you want to, you can write here any function, connection function. Let's say const connect. It will be async function. And I'm gonna wrap this connection and when we listen our application, I'm gonna run this function like that. It's exactly the same thing. Okay, so we are ready right now. Let's create our first schema. Let's open up our folder and we are gonna create here our models. And the first model will be user model. And let's remember how we are doing this. I will copy here. We are going to import schema and our schema name will be user schema. Let's delete them. And when we create any user, it's going to have a username. Type will be string. It's going to be required. That's because we cannot create any user without username. And I'm going to say here, it should be unique. We cannot create any other user with this username. And the other one is going to be email. Again, type string, required and unique. Password. It doesn't have to be unique. I'm going to delete here. Let's duplicate this. And what else? User can have image. It's going to be string. That's because we are going to store the image URL. And let's say false. We don't have to upload any image. And it's going to be country. Maybe phone number. Let's say false. We are going to ask for phone number for only sellers. Maybe user description is going to be false because the normal users don't have to write any description. I'm going to say is seller. When we create any user, by default, it's going to be false. By the way, it's not going to be string, it's going to be Boolean. It will be true or false. And if we don't specify any Boolean, by default, it's going to be false. Okay, I can delete others. And here we can write our options. I'm just going to write one option here, and it's going to be timestamps. So when we create any user, by default, it's going to create its created at and updated at dates. Let's export this. I will say mongoose model. Model name will be user, and we are going to be using this user schema. Basically, this name will be what we are going to create in our DB, like hotels, rooms, users. Okay, let's create others. I'm going to copy this, new file, and it's going to be geek.model.js. Let's paste. Let's change those names. It's going to be geek. Let's delete here and write from scratch. So when we create any gig, firstly we are going to have the owner of this gig, so we can store the user ID. Actually, let's create here our client folder and install our React application, and I can explain you better what we need. Client folder, and in this folder we are going to be using our front-end application. Let's import this here. So I'm going to open a new terminal. Let's open up our folder, client folder, and let's open up our repository, and it's going to include every project that we are going to create this year. So I recommend you to give a star for this repository, so it's going to be easier for you to follow our projects. If you check here, you are going to see Fiverr UI here. This is our React app. Let's import this. I'm going to come here, copy this URL. I will say git clone, single branch. I'm going to write here my branch name, Fiverr UI. Let's paste our URL, dot, and enter. Let's see. Okay, they are here, but we don't have our libraries. Let's install. I will say npm install or just yarn, and it's going to install our libraries. And after that, I'm going to run my application and show you what we are going to need for the gig schema. Let's come here and open our application, localhost 5173. If I enter, it's not going to work. That's because we didn't run yet. Okay, it's ready. Let's start. I'll say yarn run dev. As you can see, it's ready here. Let's refresh. Okay, our application is here. And let's open up any gig. As you can see, the first thing will be this gig title. And we are going to have a description here and gig rating. Let's create them first, otherwise we will forget. I will come here and say title, but before, as I said, we are going to have a user ID, the owner of this gig, and type will be string. It's going to be required. Let's duplicate this. I will say title is going to be required. Description. We are going to have a rating. To do that, we are going to have total rating here. Let's say maybe total stars. And the type will be number. And one more number. And it's going to be the star number. So basically, when we divide this total number by star number, we are going to get this average number. We are going to make that simple calculation later, but for now, let's focus on other things here. It's going to have some category. Let's say category is going to be string and required. We are going to have any price here. Let's say number. We have those images, but also we are going to have this cover image. So let's say cover is going to be string, and images is going to be an array which includes strings. That's because we are going to have multiple images here. We are going to store them in this string array. And what else? As you can see, we have a short title here and short description. We have this delivery time and revision time. It's gonna be number also. And finally, we are gonna have some features here. Let's create one more. It's gonna be features. And again, we are gonna create an array and it's gonna include strings. By the way, I didn't give true or false. Let's give them. We don't have to have any features. And they are going to be by default, let's say 0. And that's all, I think. Maybe we don't have to upload any image, let's say false, but the cover image should be required. And what else? We can add here the sales number when we create any gig. Of course, the sales number will be 0, let's say number. And by default, it's going to be 0. And when we sell our product, we are going to increase this number. And that's all, I think. I'm going to save. And let's create other models. When we buy or sell any product, we are going to have an order model. And what else? As you can see, we have reviews here. We are going to create reviews model. Actually, I'm just going to copy and paste this model and we are going to change later. Let's say review model. We are going to have conversation model. That's because, remember, we can see our messages here. Actually, they are not messages, they are our conversations. And when we click on them, we are going to see our messages. So we are going to create one more model and it's going to be message model. Okay, let's close everything and start from, let's say, review. I'm going to change this name. Let me close this sidebar. I'm going to delete here. And let's see. I will get back. Of course, we are going to have the gig ID first, because all those reviews belong to this gig number, gig ID. So I'll say gig ID. Type will be string. And it's going to be required. I can duplicate. And it's going to be a user ID, this user, this star number, let's say star and number, and this description. It's going to be string and required. Okay, that's all. By the way, I said number, but we can choose only 5 numbers from 1 to 5. If I enter 10 or any other number, it shouldn't be allowed. So I can give my options here using enum. And in this array, I will say it can be only 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Nothing else. Okay, I will save. And I'm going to open up order model. Let's delete them and give new name, and it's going to be order. I'm going to delete here. And when we buy, actually, let's open up here. We have a page for that. We have orders. We can store the gig image and its title, its price. And do we need this or not? I'm not sure. Maybe we can ignore here. Let's create them first. I will say gig ID, type string. It's going to be required. I can duplicate. We are going to have image, and let's say false. Actually, we don't have to write. And its title is going to be string, price, let's say number, and we are going to have seller and buyer ID, and I'm going to explain why we need them. I will write here is completed. It's going to be Boolean, and by default it's going to be false. Basically, when a user clicks on this button, we are going to create an order, but it's not going to be completed. After a proper payment, after the correct card information, credit card information, this field will be true. And we are going to be using Stripe for that. So we can write here Stripe number. Actually, I will say payment intent. It's not important for now. When we work on payment, we are going to understand here better. But for now, it can stay. Required true. And that's all, I think. Okay, I was going to explain this seller and buyer. We are using them that because when we try to contact to this buyer or seller, we are going to create a new conversation, and this conversation ID will include seller and buyer ID. So if we haven't created any conversation before, we are going to create, and if we have any existing conversation, we are going to open directly this message page. You are going to understand everything better. Just follow me step by step. Okay, I can close here. What else we have? I have conversation. Let's delete them. And as I said, we are going to create our own conversation ID using seller and buyer ID. So I will say ID is going to be string, required and unique. Again, we can use seller ID and buyer ID. Of course, we can separate them using this ID, but anyway, they can stay. And we are going to have read by seller. It will be Boolean. And read by buyer. Again, Boolean. We are doing this because, let's check. As you can see, we can mark as read some of those conversations. When we click here, for example, if we are the buyer, it's going to be true. And what else? As you can see, there is a last message here. Last message. And it's going to be string. And I will say false. That's because when we create any conversation, we are not going to have any message. Only after writing anything here, we are going to see our message. Okay, let's open up our last model, and it's the message model. And let's see. Firstly, we are going to have our conversation ID. And after that, we are going to have the user ID and its message. Let's say conversation ID. It's going to be required, but not unique. Also, we are going to have user ID. And finally, the message. It's going to be string. And that's all. So we have created our schemas. Right now, we are ready to create our first documents. To do that, we are going to create our endpoints and controllers. Let's create here another folder, and it's going to be routes. And again, we are going to create different routes for each model. Let me write them quickly. First one will be user.route.js. I'm going to import Express here. So we are going to create our endpoints using Express router. So I will say const router. It's going to be Express and router method. And I'm going to export using default this router, default router. Okay, so we are ready to use our user router. We are going to import this router in our server.js. So let me explain how it works. I'm going to save and open up my server.js. Let's import routes folder and user.route.js. So we can give here any name That's because we are exporting this by default. So let's say user route. So I'm gonna come here and use this route using app.use. So I can give here any endpoint, and it's gonna be API users, and when we make any request using this endpoint, we are gonna be using this route. I'm gonna say user route, and I will come here and create my first endpoint. Using this router, I'm gonna create a get method, and let's say test. If you are using Express server, you should write here request and response. If you already know Express server, it can be easy for you, but I know some of you are not familiar. Basically, request is what comes from the user, from client server, and the response will be what we are sending to user as a response. Let's say response, send, and it works. So let's visit our endpoint. Remember, it's API, user, and also this test. I'm gonna come here and say localhost. Remember our port number, API, users, and test. Oops. I said user, it's gonna be users. Let's refresh. As you can see, it works. This is how we are gonna create our endpoints, and using these endpoints, we will be able to create new user, we will be able to delete or update them. In here, we are gonna create our functions, but writing everything in this route is not a good idea. That's why we are using controller folder. Let's create one more folder. It's gonna be controller, and let's say user.controller.js. And here, let's say we are gonna delete an existing user, const delete user, and we are gonna take our request and response here, and we are gonna write our functions. So using this function, let's export. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna delete here, and I will paste my function. In this case, it's gonna run this function. Let's say response send from controller. Of course, we didn't import this function from user controller, and let's write here delete user. Actually, let's make here controllers, not controller. I will save, and let's refresh here, and from controller. Okay guys, this is our main structure. Right now I'm gonna delete here this function, and let's say fn, and I'm gonna duplicate my folders and create other controllers and routes using those collections. Okay, I've created them, and using server.js, I can import my other routes like that, and like that. And right now, we are ready to make some CRUD operations. Firstly, we are gonna create a new user. Of course, to do that, we can use user route and write here register and login endpoints, but I don't like using user route for authentication operations because it's a really important process. We are gonna add extra security, and we are gonna use our logged in user in all around our application. So what I'm gonna do is to create another route here, and it's gonna be authentication route. Let's copy this and paste here, and I'm gonna create controller. Let's copy this actually. Okay, so let's create a new user. I'm gonna open up authentication route. As you can see, we have register and login endpoints, but they are not gonna be get method, they are gonna be post. That's because we are gonna send our user information. Remember, if you are sending any input, you should use post or put. If you are fetching any data, you should use get. Technically, you can send any input in get method also, but it's not recommended. If you are sending any information, just use post. Okay, right now we can create our functions. It's going to be register and login. And actually one more is going to be logout. Let's import those functions from our controller. And let's create our functions. We are going to have 3 functions. It's going to be register, login, and logout. By the way, they are going to be async functions. That's because we are going to make operations using our database. Let's say try catch block. If there is an error, we are going to send this to user. Let's say response. We should give here any status. We are going to create advanced error handling, but before, let's say 500. And we can send any message here. Something went wrong. It's just a basic one. We are going to change here. And after, we should create here a new user using user model. So let's say const new user. I'm going to call my user using user model. And I'm going to create a new user instance. And I will write here my fields. For example, username will be test, email, password, country, and that's enough. And using Mongoose, we are gonna save this user to our database. It's really easy to do that. I'm gonna say await. We are gonna await this operation, new user, and save. And after, we are gonna send a response. Status will be 200 successful or 201, which means successfully created. And I'm gonna send user has been created. Let's test our application. By the way, did I use my authentication route here or not? No, I didn't. Let's import. Okay. To test our endpoints, we are going to be using Postman. If you want to, you can use Insomnia or any other API software. But in this tutorial, we are going to be using Postman. Let's create a new request here and let's test our first endpoint. It's going to be a post method, and I'm going to write my endpoint, localhost, port number, API, authentication, and register. Later, we are going to be using this body section, and we are going to send our user information here. But for now, we can send this user. We are just going to test it. I'm going to send. As you can see, user has been created, 201 successful. Let's see. MongoDB. I'm going to refresh this page. Let me make this bigger. And as you can see, our database is here. And we have a users collection. And inside this collection, we have our test user. And it has every field that we have sent. And as you realize, we have created and updated at times also. It's that easy, guys. Right now, we are going to send this user using our client. As I said, using request, we are taking inputs from user. So I'm going to delete here. Actually, let's delete this object. And request and body. Let's send our information using this body. Make sure that you choose here JSON file. And I will say username, user1, let me make this bigger, email, password, and country. Let's say gmail.com and USA. Let's send. As you can see, this is how we are sending our error here. We sent 500 status codes and this message 500, and our message. And this error is happening that because we didn't allow our application to take any input from user. To prevent this problem, I'm gonna come here and say app.use express.json. In this case, we can send any JSON using client side. Let's send. As you can see, it's successful. I'm gonna refresh. And it's here. Okay, right now what I want to do is I want to encrypt my password. As you can see, it's a plain text. It's extremely dangerous storing your passwords like that. To prevent this, we are going to be using a library called bcrypt. Let's come here. I will say yarn add bcrypt. And I'm going to call this library here, not here, in our controller. Let me close everything actually, and it's going to look better. I'm going to import my library, and I'm going to hash my password. I will say const encrypted password, or just say hash bcrypt. You can hash your password using one of these methods, async or normal. Let's use this one. And I'm going to add request, body, and password, which is the input that we have sent here, this plain text. If you hash your password in this way, you should write here any salt number. It can be any number, doesn't matter. I'm just going to say 5. And right now, I'm going to use this hashed password instead of my plain password. I'm going to come here. I will say password will be hashed password and other information, request.body. If you don't know how to spread objects, I recommend you to check on the internet. Basically, it says take everything inside this body object outside. Of course, I should spread this here, and after it's gonna override our password. Let's send back. And here. Perfect. Right now we are secure. Nobody can reach this password, and I can log in, and after that we are gonna handle those errors. Let's come here. Again, I will say try catch block. I'm just gonna paste this for now. And firstly, I'm gonna take those information from my user, and I'm gonna encrypt this password, and I'm gonna compare this with the password inside my DB. If they are same, it means we are the correct user, so we can send our user information to client side. Let's do that. Firstly, I'm gonna find my user in DB. I will say const user, await, user model. I'm gonna use MongoDB find function. As you can see, there are many options here. We are gonna find only one user because it's unique. And I'm gonna pass here my username. And it's gonna be request body dot username. We are gonna take this username here, and using this username, we are gonna try to find our user. And if there is no user, you can send here another error, return response status 404, and send user not found, for example. And after that, I'm gonna compare my password. I will say const is correct. Using this library, I'm gonna compare passwords. I'll say bcrypt compare, and I'm gonna pass the password comes from the user, request body and password, and the password in my DB. And I'm gonna write here one more condition. If it's not correct, we are gonna return here 400 and wrong password or username. You can directly say wrong password, but I recommend you to use username also. In this case, you will not reveal which one is correct. And after that, if everything is okay, finally we can send our user. I will say response successful, of course, status, and send. I'm gonna send my user. But if I do that, it's gonna send my password also. To prevent this, I'm gonna take this password outside of my object and I'm gonna send the rest. Let's say const from our user. I'm gonna take the password and other information. And I'm gonna send only this information. Basically, I've separated this password and other fields here. Let's see. It's gonna be an error right now because I missed something here. Let's see. I'm gonna say login. Actually, we can create here new collection. Let's say Fiverr application. And in this collection, I can create new folder. Let's say Authentication. And I'm gonna add a request. First one will be register. It's gonna be a post method. I can copy this. Actually, we are gonna be using this localhost port number and API endpoint all the time. Instead of writing this again and again, I can come here and create an environment. Let's say Fiverr. And I'm gonna create here a variable. It's gonna be URL. And I'm gonna pass here my URL. Let's save. I'm gonna open up my collections. And here, I'm gonna choose my Fiverr environment. In this case, I can use my URL here. As you can see, our environment and URL. And right now, I can write my authentication endpoint, register, and I can pass here my information. Let's copy them, and I can close here. Let's send. As you can see, something went wrong. That's because we already have this user. Perfect. So I can create another request here. Let's say login. It will be post URL. By the way, if you want to learn more tricks about Postman, just let me know in the comments. And also we can test our APIs if you want to. Just let me know. And I will say auth. Actually, we don't need this. And login. Let's come here and send our username and password. User1. I'm gonna send. And as you can see, there is an error here. It's not an error, but this is not what we have expected. As you can see, all this information is here, and it's inside this underscore document field. To prevent this, I'm going to come here and say document, and let's try. I'm going to send, and perfect. It's that easy. But to add here more security, we need more than this. Instead of only user information, we should also send an access token. Why do we need any access token? That's because in our application, as you remember, we have orders here. Let's choose this one actually. Okay, as you can see, we have this delete action. When I click here, we are gonna delete this gig, for example. But if I'm not the owner, I shouldn't be allowed to delete this gig. If I don't do this with any access token, somebody else can update or delete our information or add here, for example, new gig, or they can delete any other information. To prevent this, we are going to be using JSON Web Token and cookies. So I will say yarn add JSON Web Token and cookie parser. I'm going to enter. To use cookies in our client side, I'm going to open up my server and import this cookie parser. And I'm going to add here one more middleware. This is our first middleware. I'm going to add one more, and it's going to be cookie parser. And let's create our JSON Web Token. I'm gonna come here and create a token. I'll say const token JWT. I'm gonna import JWT from JSON Web Token. And we are gonna create using this method, and we are gonna send any user information. We can send anything we want, but the important thing is here our user ID. So I will say ID. It's gonna be user and ID. Remember, this is the user which we have fetched from our DB. We are using its ID. And what else we can send? We can send the seller information, if we are a seller or not. Let's say is seller. It's gonna be user.isSeller. We are gonna need this information that because when we create any order, for example, or review, we are not gonna allow any seller to create any review, for example. Only normal user can create a review and order. This is why we are gonna need it. Finally, we should write here any secret key. If you are using a secret key, as I said, you can use env file. Let's say JWT key. And I'm gonna create a random string. You can write anything. If you want to, you can use your terminal. You can say date MD5, and it's gonna generate this timestamp. We can use this JWT key. Let's restart our application. And I'm gonna be using this secret key, process env JWT key. And I can send this token using cookie. Inside this response, I'm gonna say send cookie, and the cookie name will be access token. And I'm gonna send this token, and I can write here any option. It's gonna be HTTP only. In this case, no scripts can reach this data, this cookie. We can change it only using HTTP requests. And that's all, I think. Let's see. I'm gonna come here. Let's check first. As you can see, cookie is empty. I will send. User is here. If I check my cookies, as you can see, there's an access token, and inside this token, we have our user information. User ID and is seller. So using this cookie, we can reach that information everywhere in our application. What I mean by that? For example, let's create another folder. It's gonna be users. And let's create a request. It's gonna be a delete method. Delete a user. Our URL, users. And we are gonna pass here our user ID. Let's check our user in our DB. I'm gonna refresh to make sure it's correct. Okay, we have two users. For example, this one. I'm gonna choose this user ID and pass here. And if we are logged in as a user too, we shouldn't be allowed to delete this user to make sure that we are gonna be using JWT. Remember, it's inside our cookie. We can use it. Let's create our function. I'm gonna come here, user route. Let's make this delete, and the parameter will be user ID, and the function will be delete user. Controllers user.controller.js. Let's create this. User controller is gonna be delete user. Of course, it's gonna be async, and I'm gonna say await user model. Let's say user like that for the consistency. And I will say find by ID and delete here. So we are gonna pass here user ID. Remember, it's in our parameter. Using request params and ID, we can find this user and delete. But as I said, we should check first if we are the owner or not. To do that, we are gonna need our JWT. So I'm gonna say const token. It's inside our cookies. So I will say request cookies access token. We are gonna check if this token exists or not. I will say if there is no token, we are gonna return a response. Let's say status 401, and I will say you are not logged in or authenticated. And if we have a token, we have to check the user ID inside this token. To do that, we are going to be using JWT. Let's import from JSON Web Token, and I will say verify token, and we are going to pass here our secret key. Remember, it's inside our env file, JWT secret. And after this process, if it's not verified, it's going to return an error. If it's verified, it's going to return us our payload. And we can write here, let's send this payload, for example. You are going to understand better right now. I'm going to comment this out for now. We are not going to delete, by the way. It's going to be JS. Let's see. I'm going to send. Cannot delete. Let's check our route. Oh, why I said delete here? It's a delete method, and we are going to pass our ID directly. Of course, you can write delete also, doesn't matter. Let's send. Oops, it didn't return anything. It's key, not secret. I'm gonna change here. Let's try. And as you can see, it sends our payload, which includes our user ID, is seller information, and also JWT creation date. It's issued at date. Basically, it has a lifetime. If it expires, we won't be able to use this token anymore. Okay, basically using this user ID, I can write a condition. I will say if payload.id equals user ID in my DB. To do that, of course, we should find our user first. I will say const user, await user model, find by ID. We are going to pass here our user ID. Remember, request params.id, and we are going to find this user and take its ID. Don't forget, you should write here underscore, that because in our DB it's stored as underscore ID. And actually, let's write here an if condition. If they are equal, actually, let's say if they are not equal, we can send an error here. Let's say 403. Okay, you have a token, but you are not the owner. You can delete only your account. If not, finally, we can delete this user. Let's say async. And I'm going to say return, of course. Otherwise, it's going to run this. And let's see. Remember, it's the user 1. And I'm going to be logged in as a user 2, for example. I will send. Right now, I can delete this user. As you can see, you can delete only your account. If I don't have any cookie, let's delete this. It's going to say you are not authenticated. And if I log in as a user 1, finally, I will be able to delete my account. Let's see, I will send. That because in our database, as you can see, it's not a string, it's an object ID. To prevent this error, I'm going to come here and say toString. And I'm going to return here in the response. Deleted. Let's try. It's deleted. It's successful. I will refresh my MongoDB. And as you can see, we have only user 2. Okay, awesome. This is why we are using JWT. Even if you don't have to compare anything, you can check if your user is authenticated or not. and we are going to use it almost everywhere in our application. So to make it easier, we can create a middleware instead of writing them again and again for each function. Let's open up our API. I'm going to create one more folder. It's going to be middleware. And let's say JWT. Of course, JavaScript file. I will say export const verify token. It's going to be request response because it's a middleware. And I'm going to take here and also I'm going to verify my token, but we are not going to make any operation here. I can delete here. Instead, I can assign this payload as a request. So if I say request and for example user ID, it's going to be payload.id and one more request.isSeller. It's going to be payload.isSeller. And if there is an error, let's say 403, that means token is not valid. Yes, there is a token, but it's not valid anymore. And that's all. We can use this middleware everywhere right now. Let's open up our user route. And before this function, it's gonna visit our middleware first. If there is some problem, it's gonna return error before going this function. If everything is okay, it's gonna run our delete user function. Let's import this. Middleware, JWT. And right now, I don't need here. I don't need here. And right now, instead of payload, I can say request and user ID. That because we have assigned ID in our request. So it's exactly the same thing. And using this middleware is much more effective. I hope you understood how to use JWT. Right now, let's take care of our errors here. So instead of writing our errors in this long way, we can create an error handling middleware. Let's open up our server.js. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna create one more middleware. I will say app, use, and normally, as you know, we are taking request and response, but for the error middleware, we are gonna pass here 4 parameters. It's gonna be error, request, response, and next. If there is an error anywhere in our application, we are gonna return them using this error and next. You are gonna understand better right now. So we can send the error status and error message to user. Let's say const error status, and it's gonna be error and its status. If there is no status, it's gonna be 500. I can do the same thing for message. Let's say error message. If there is an error message, we are gonna send it. If there is no, we are gonna send, let's say, something went wrong. Let's return them. Return response status is gonna be our error status that we have created. And I will say send. And we are gonna send our message. You can send here anything, but I prefer sending only message and status. If you want to, you can send the error stack, or you can create here any object, whatever. So let's use it. Let's open this controller. For example, for the register, I'm gonna be using the next parameter. And I will say next and error. Let's come here, register. I'm gonna create user 1. User has been created. If I send again, as you can see, it sends the error status and its message. It says there's a duplication here. You cannot use this username. And also, you can specify your errors. Let's check here. As you can see, we have a specific error here. Let's use next. I'm gonna copy here. And I will say next. But before, I should create a new error. I will say const error is gonna be new error. I will say error.status 404. And the message will be user not found. Let's send this error right now. I'm gonna come here and let's say another user. I'm gonna send. As you can see, user not found. So you can create a specific error like that. But to make this easier, let's create a file and create our errors using that file. I'm gonna cut this. Let's say utils. I'm gonna create a file. It's gonna be create error. I will say const create error status and message. And we are gonna create a new error. Its status will be this status and this message. And finally, we are gonna return this error. Let's export. Okay, right now we can use this function and we can send our status and message. I'm gonna come here and say create error and I'm gonna pass 404 and my message. And that's all. Let's import this. Create error.js. Let's see. I will send. As you can see, it's exactly the same thing. And it looks clear right now. We can do the same thing here. Actually, I will pass it like that and copy this message. And that's all. And here, next. And this error. Okay. Let's do the same thing for this JWT. I will say next. I'm gonna pass create error. And it's gonna be next. Create error 401. And this message. And I can delete here. Of course, inside code. And finally, token is not valid. Okay, that's all. By the way, it's gonna be 403, not 1. And by the way, one more thing we should do here. If we don't use this next here, we won't be able to go to other function. Let's open up our user route here. As I said, after this API request, it's going to verify token. And after this verification, it sets our user ID and its seller information. But if I don't say here next, it stops. If I say next, it's gonna go to the next function. It's really important. Don't forget this next. And that's all. Let's add next here. Create error 403. You can delete only your account. Okay. Let's see here, we have next, error handling, and others, and that's all. So we can log out. So what I'm gonna do is to clear my cookie. To do that, I'm gonna say clear cookie, and my cookie name, remember, it's access token, and I'm gonna write here my options. I will say same site is gonna be none, but be careful. We are doing this that because our backend server's URL, remember, localhost 8800, but our React application is 5173. Basically, they are not the same site. To reach our cookies, we have to say same site none. And I'm gonna say secure true, and let's say status 200. User has been logged out. By the way, don't forget, we are just gonna clear this cookie from our browser. It's not a problem for most cases, but if you want to create an advanced logout function, you can use a blacklist here, blacklist array, and you can store your logged out tokens, or you can use Redis. In the future, I'm gonna show you these advanced methods, but for now, it's totally okay. We don't have to go further. So that's all. I'm gonna close everything here. And let's try to register and log in using our React application. Let's open up our pages, login, and we have only username and password input here. So we can create basically a use state hook, and when we change our inputs, we can set our states. I will say const username, set username, use state hook. It's gonna be an empty string, and same thing goes for password. If there's an error, we can show it. At the beginning, it's gonna be null, of course. And let's change this input. I will say on change method. And whenever we change this input, it's gonna set our username, event, target, and value. Let's copy and paste. For the password, by the way, placeholder is email. I'm gonna delete this. It's gonna be a password. Set password, event, target, and value. Let's write here on click method. Actually, we have a form here. We can say on submit method and handle submit. Let's create this function. Const handle submit. Since we are using a form to not refresh our page, I should write here event prevent default. And after that, we are going to send our username and password to our DB. I prefer using Axios. Let's create one more terminal here. Actually, I'm going to close this. And let's create new terminal here. Client. And I will say yarn add Axios. Okay, it's ready. I will say async function, const response, wait Axios, post method, and my endpoint here, localhost, server port number, API, auth, and login. And finally, we are going to pass our username and password in this object. Username and password. Let's import Axios. Okay. Of course, I can say try catch block. If there's an error, we can set our set error state here. It's gonna be error. And also, let's see this error, and we can pass here error message, but we should see first. And same thing here. I want to see my response data. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna open up the login page. Okay, I will say user one. Let me make here bigger. If I log in, there's an error here. Okay, I forgot HTTP here. But if I log in, there will be another error, and it says it's blocked by course. That's because we are trying to reach our API from different website. To prevent this, let's open up API here. I will say yarn add course library, and let's open up our server.js, and I'm gonna add one more middleware here, and it's gonna be course. And I can allow to my React application using its URL. So I will say origin, HTTP, localhost, and port number. And I'm gonna write here one more option, and it's gonna be credentials. And I will say true. We are using this because we are passing our cookies from client to backend server. That's why we need this. Let's import this, by the way. Course from course. Let's start our app. I will say user1, and login. And as you can see, it returns our user. And if I check here my application, in cookies, oops, we don't have our cookies. That's because in Axios, we didn't pass credentials option. I will say with credentials, it's gonna be true. Let's try. I hope everything is okay right now. I will try, and this time we have our access token here. Okay, actually, instead of this Axios request, I can create here my utilities and initialize my Axios request here, and I can use it everywhere. Let's say utils new request, import Axios from Axios, const new request. I'm gonna be using Axios and create. We are creating an Axios instance, and we can give any base URL here. And I'm gonna copy and paste my base URL like that. So we don't have to write this again and again. And I will say with credentials, it's gonna be true. Let's export this by default. New request. Okay, right now I can use it here. Let's delete this. Post method, authentication, login, and I'm gonna pass my username and password. Let's import this and delete this Axios. We don't need this. By the way, if there's an error, we are writing this on the console. Let's say username 1, for example. We don't have any field like that. I'm gonna log in, and as you can see, there's an Axios error. Inside response and data, we have our message, so we can use it. Instead of error, I'm gonna say response and data. Let's take this back, and I can use this error. Oops, not console log, it's gonna be set error. And I can use this error somewhere here after this button. If there's an error, just show it. Okay, I'm gonna add some more things here. I'm gonna take this. Why did I delete this? I don't know. I'm gonna take this and use it in my local storage. To do that, I'm gonna say local storage, set item, let's say current user, and I'm gonna pass my information here. But remember, response.data is an object, but we can set only string to local storage, so I have to convert this to string. To do that, I'm gonna be using JSON, stringify, and response.data. And after that, we are gonna be navigated to the home page. To do this, we can use navigate hook. I will say const navigate, use navigate hook. It comes from React Router DOM. Using this function, we are going to go to the home page. Let me check here. Of course, you can use context API for authentication. We have done that for a million times. If you check my other tutorials, you can see how to do that, but I just want to set my item here because this tutorial will be really long. We are going to learn tons of other things, so it can stay like that. Let's try. I will say user1. I will log in. Let's check. Application. We have an access token, and also in local storage, we have our user information, as you can see. Awesome. So using this current user, right now I'm able to change this navbar user. Let's do that. I'm going to open up navbar. If you remember, we have created here a dummy data. We don't need this anymore. I will say current user is going to be local storage. This time I will say get item. I'm going to choose current user in my local storage, but right now it says string, but I should convert this to JSON. I will say JSON.parse and this item. Let's use this user here. It's going to be user image. And if there is no image, we can show something different. And it's going to be no avatar.jpg. What's the extension? Let me check. Okay, like that. Of course, in image folder. And username. Let's see. As you can see, user1 and our image. Perfect. So we can log out using this button. Let's create here. Here's our logout button. Okay, here. We are not going to be navigated to anywhere. Instead, I'm going to say on click method and let's say handle logout. Let's create this function. We are going to make a request, try catch. I will say await new request. It's going to be a post method, my URL, logout. And after that, if we log out, it's going to delete our cookie. And I'm going to delete this local storage item. Let's do the same thing here. I'm going to copy this, but this time it's going to be null. And we are going to be navigated to the home page. Navigate the home page. Let's import this here from React Router DOM. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna click. As you can see, we don't have any user. Let's check our cookies. As you can see, it's empty. Here. Okay, awesome. It works. And for the register page, of course, we can use use states as we did here for each item. But we have many items here, so we can create only one use state for inputs, another use state for this file. Let's do that. I can close here and open up the register file. I will say const user set user. I'm going to add here my fields. Like that. They are going to be empty for now. After updating our inputs, we are going to set this user. By the way, you might think using context API or useReducer, but as you can see, they all are inputs, nothing else. There is no nested inputs here. We are not incrementing or decrementing anything. So there is nothing complex. But for example, in the add gig page, we are going to be using useReducer. So don't worry. So let's come here. And for each input, I'm going to be using onChange method and handle change. Let's create this function first. And for others, email, password. By the way, I can delete this placeholder. It's a file. We are going to be using different method here. For this checkbox, we are going to be using different method also. For this phone number and description. As you realize, all our inputs have their names, like phone, country, password, email, and username. We can set our user easily using those names. Only thing I should do is writing here, set user, take the previous state and return a different object here. I will say take the previous object and event target.name. It's going to be event target.value. And if you are confused why we are using this previous or why we are using them like that, you can check my use state video. You are going to understand everything after that video. Okay. Right now we have our inputs, but we don't have our file. Let's create one more use state. It's going to be file, set file. We don't have any file. Let's come here. It's here. I will say on change. We are going to set our file. It's going to be event target files, and we are going to take the first item, that because we are going to upload only one image, it's not multiple, and it will update our file. And one more thing, we should update this is seller. To do that, I'm going to create one more function here. Let's say handle seller, and is seller will be event target and checked. That because it's a checkbox. When I open this, it's going to be true. When I close, it's going to be false. Let's write it here. On change handle seller. Let's see. I'm going to write here something. As you can see, it updates our username, phone number, password, email, like that. If I change here, this seller will be true. Description. Okay, it works. And also, we should upload our file. To do that, we are going to be using Cloudinary. It's really easy to use. We are going to be using its endpoint, and we are going to send our file. Let's come here. By the way, of course, you should log in first, and after you can create here any folder. Let's create a folder. It's going to be Fiverr, for example. And I'm going to come here, upload, add upload preset, and let's write here Fiverr and our folder name, and save. Right now we are ready to upload our files, and I'm going to come here and say upload function. It's going to take our file. Remember, it's here. We are going to convert this to a form data first. I will say const data, new form data. And inside this data, we are going to add our file. Like that. And also, we should add one more thing. And it's going to be upload preset. And I'm going to write here the preset name. And it's going to be Fiverr. And after that, we can make our API request, try catch. Let me make this async function. And I'm going to say const response await I'm gonna be using Axios here, and I'll say post method, and I'm gonna add this URL here. And remember, your name will be here. Do not use my account. And I'm gonna pass this data. Let's import this quickly. Okay. Actually, I can use this upload function in different JavaScript files, so we can use it everywhere. Let's come here, and I'm gonna say upload. Like that. Let's export this. Upload. In this case, I don't need this anymore, but I'm gonna import here. And after that, it's gonna return our URL. Let's say const URL. It's inside our response and data. And finally, we are gonna return this URL. Let's save. I hope everything is okay. I'm gonna come here, and I don't need here. I can delete. And finally, we can submit our user information to MongoDB, or we can use our form. Let's use form. I will say on submit. It's gonna be handle submit. I'm gonna copy this and create a function, prevent default. And firstly, I'm gonna take my URL, image URL, upload file, and I'm gonna pass here my file. And after that, we can send them. Let's say try catch. I will say await new request. It's gonna be a post method. I'm gonna add here my endpoint, register, and I'm gonna pass the user information. It's gonna include everything inside the user state, this state, and also I'm gonna pass my file. But remember, user image name is image, and it's gonna be this URL. Let's import this like that. And also we are gonna be using use navigate hook. And using this navigate hook, by the way, the error is because of here. I forgot writing async. And let's say the home page. But before, let's check if there is anything wrong. I'm gonna come here. Let's say user from React, gmail.com. I'm gonna choose an image here. Let's choose one of our images here. This one. USA, any phone number and description. I will register, and there is something wrong. Okay, it says we don't have any image. That's because there is something wrong with our Cloudinary API. Let me check. Okay, I forgot writing here upload. It's gonna be upload. And also I said mode is signed, but it should be unsigned. Let's see. Exactly the same thing. I'm gonna choose this image. I will register. Okay, it says there is no image. Okay, it's here, but it didn't return us this URL. Oh, that's because I didn't await this upload function. This time I hope it's gonna work. Let's choose this one. I'm gonna register. And finally, no error. Of course, we didn't show any response here, but there is no error. Let's check our database. I'm gonna refresh. And as you can see, it's here. And this is our image URL. Let's check. Okay, perfect. Right now, we have completed our authentication. So we can take care of our gigs. We can create a new gig and we can fetch all gigs from database. I'm gonna close everything here and open up gig route. Okay, let's write our endpoints. Firstly, we are gonna create a new gig. To do that, we should be logged in. So I'm gonna use verify token. And I will say create gig. Let's create others. We can delete any gig using its ID. We can get a single gig. I will say single and the gig ID. And also we can fetch all gigs. By the way, let's change here. Get gig and get gigs. Okay, I'm gonna import them and let's create our functions. First one will be create gig. I will say async function, request, response, and don't forget next, and the others. Delete gig, get gig, a single gig, and multiple gigs. And I'm gonna import create error function and gig model. And let's start creating a new gig. Firstly, we should be able to create a gig only if we are a seller. So I'm gonna check if the user is seller or not. To do that, I'm gonna take request and is seller. Remember, it comes from JWT. If it's not, I'm gonna return an error. I'll say next, create error. It's gonna be 403. Only sellers can create a gig. Okay. And after that, I'm gonna say new gig using gig model. We can create a new object here and the user ID will be request.userID, comes from JWT, of course, not equal colon, and others will come from request and body. It's important to take the user ID from JWT because other users can send different user IDs. Okay, let's say try catch block. Next error. I'm gonna say const saved gig. New gig dot save. Okay, and after that we can finally send this saved gig to user. Status will be 201 JSON and saved gig. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna come here and create one more folder. New request. It's gonna be add gig. Post method. URL and gigs. Let's remember what we have. Gig model. As you can see, we have many fields here. Title, description, and other fields. Instead of write them one by one, I can just copy and paste. Let's see. As you can see, all those information. And in images field, as you can see, we have an array and it includes 3 images. Let's send. It says it's forbidden, that because we are not a seller. Let's create one more user here. Actually, I'm gonna say seller. And is seller will be true. I'm gonna send. Let's log in. Okay. We have a seller. Right now I can add a gig. Oops, I forgot category. Let's say design. I'm gonna send and it's here. Okay, awesome. I can add another gig here. Let's change its price. It's gonna be more expensive, like that. And another one. Okay, maybe different category. Let's say AI. Okay, they have same image, but anyway, it's not important. The important thing is here this category and price. That's because we are gonna change using this input and this section. And let's create other controllers. Delete gig, try catch block. Actually, I can copy this for others. Okay, firstly, I'm gonna find the gig in our database and I'm gonna check its user ID. If its user ID equals my ID, it means I'm the owner of this gig, so I can delete that gig. So let's say const gig await gig find by ID request params.id, and after we are gonna check if gig and its user ID is not equal to my user ID, I'm gonna return an error. Let's say next create error 403. You can delete only your gig. And after that, if there is no problem, we can delete our gig. Await gig find by ID and delete. And I'm gonna pass here my ID request params.id. And finally, we are gonna send a response. Let's say status 200. Gig has been deleted. By the way, it's not gig model, it's gig. And let's see. Where is our gig ID? Here. I'm gonna take this and create a new request. Delete gig. URL, gigs, and its ID. If I give different ID, of course it's not gonna get the user ID because there is no gig like that. But if I create another gig with different user, actually let's say seller2, seller2, and I'm gonna create different gig, let's say 5. Let's try. I'm gonna take this back. I will send. As you can see, you can delete only your gig, but if I try to delete this one, let's see, where is its ID? Here. As you can see, it's been deleted. Perfect, it works. By the way, if you don't save, those methods will not change. Okay. I can close everything here. And I'm gonna create another controller function. I will just say const gig. Actually, I will do exactly the same thing. I will find my gig using parameter, and I'm gonna send it. Like that. Of course, you can write here additional errors like not found error. Let's do that. If there is no gig, I will say next, create error 404, gig not found. Let's see. And I'm gonna choose this gig. Okay, this endpoint doesn't exist. That's because I forgot writing here single. And it's here. As you can see, there is only one gig. I will save and let's create one more. And it's gonna get multiple gigs. I will say const gigs await gig model. I will say find. That's because we are gonna find multiple data and we are gonna send this gig. Let's copy this and paste here like that. If I do that, it's gonna fetch all our gigs, but we don't have any filter here. But in our application, we have to filter our gigs using those inputs, these buttons, and also we should filter them by using their categories. So basically, we are gonna send those data using query. For example, when I say category and design, it's gonna fetch only gigs that have this category. If I say, for example, search and any search input here, it's gonna fetch all gigs using this search query. To do that, I can create here a filter variable. I will say const filter. Actually, let's say filters. If I say, for example, category, design, and if I add these filters here, let's see. As you can see, design, and design, nothing else. And if I say, for example, price and greater than, let's say 100, it's gonna eliminate this gig, for example. Let's see, I'm gonna send. As you can see, it's not here anymore. And what else I can do? If I say title, gig title, and I can use MongoDB regex function. And let's say gig 2. Okay. I can search for this, for example. I'm gonna paste here. There's a comma. I will save and let's send. And as you can see, there is only this gig. It's gonna work like that. So right now, instead of writing them like this, I can use request and query. Let's say const query request and query. I will say q.category. Right now, As you can see, category is design. It's gonna take this design and write it here, and it's gonna fetch our gigs. That's sent. Oops. Of course, it's not gonna be question mark, it's gonna be end. And as you can see, it's here. Instead of gig2, if I say query and search, if I write here gig3, as you can see, it's here. But what if I write here lowercase gig3, as you can see, it's empty. I don't want to do that. So I can write here any option. And I will say I. So it's not going to be sensitive for lower or upper cases anymore. By the way, options. Let's see. I will send, and as you can see, it's here. Okay. I hope you understood how it works, but there is something important here. If I don't write anything, it should fetch all our gigs, but let's see what's going to happen. As you can see, it says regex has to be a string. That's because we don't have any search query here. Also, we don't have category. We don't have q.price. It means they can be empty. To prevent those errors, I'm gonna come here and write a condition. I will say if there's a query category, spread this object like that. If there's a category, it's gonna create this object, and if I use here spread operator, it's gonna get this object to outside. And if there is no category, it's not gonna create anything. It's that easy. So I can do the same thing for others. I'll say if query and price. Actually, it's not price. That's because in our application, we have minimum and maximum inputs. So I will say query minimum, or if there is query maximum, write this object and spread. Of course, I should write here one more condition. Let's delete this. I will say if there is minimum, it's gonna be greater than minimum. And I will do the same thing. I will copy here and paste. It can be a little bit confusing, but if you do this by yourself, you are gonna understand better. That's because here we have a nested condition. Firstly, we are gonna check whether we have minimum or maximum. If we have one of them, we should also check which one exists. And after that condition, we are gonna write our filter here like that. And what else? It's gonna be title like that. I will say if query and search for this search query and find inside the title field. And one more I forgot adding here is going to be user ID. When we click on any user here, we are going to fetch that user's gigs. Okay. If you didn't understand here, you can watch 3 or 4 times, and after that, if you try by yourself, I believe that you will understand everything. Let's try. I will send. As you can see, all our gigs are here. Let's write category. It's going to be design. Okay, they are here. Let's eliminate this one. I will say minimum 60, as you can see. So I'm gonna delete this one. I will say maximum 200, for example. Oops, there is something wrong. Of course, it's gonna be less than, not greater than. Okay, perfect. Only this one. So let's take this back and write a title, search query, and it's gonna be geek2 search. And as you can see, only this one. So it works. Maybe this user ID. I'm gonna delete everything here. Okay. So it's ready. Let's use them in our application. To fetch any data, we are going to be using req.query. Of course, you can fetch them using useEffect, but I think it's more effective. Let's open up our client here. I'll say yarn add 10 stack req.query, and I'm going to close everything here and open up my geeks page here. But before, we have to go to app.js and wrap our application with req.query. Where is the app.js? Here. Let's open up the documentation. We are going to be using req.query version 5. And as you can see, we are going to be using req.query client provider and wrap our application. And we are going to pass this query client. Let's do that. I'm going to copy here and paste. Let's create this client and wrap our application like that. The reason we are doing this is to cache our fetched data. We can use it using useQuery function. Firstly, we are going to pass a unique key. For example, when we fetch gigs, it's going to be gigs. When we fetch orders, it's going to be orders. You can give anything. And here, we are going to write our fetching function. And it's awesome that because it provides is pending and error values also. So you don't have to deal with Redux or Context API. It's going to provide everything you need. Let's copy this. I'm going to come here. Let's import this. And of course, we are going to be using Axios. Remember, we have new request function. And the request will be gigs. For now, we are not going to pass anything. Let's see first. I'm going to come here and console log and data. Okay, it says 401. You are not authenticated. And it's correct. Let's sign in. By the way, why I can't click here? Okay, it says span. It's going to be a link, and I will say to login. Of course, the class name will be link. If you remember the previous tutorial, I will say class name link. Okay, I will click, let's say seller 1. Oops. Oh, it's not seller 1, it's seller. Okay, I'm gonna click. And as you can see, inside data, we have 4 objects, 4 gigs. Let's use this data and show our gigs. By the way, if you wonder why it renders multiple times, you can watch my useEffect video. It's nothing to worry about. Don't worry about that. Let's use our data. I can close here and here. I'm gonna first use this pending. And here I will say, if it's pending, right here, loading. If it's not, we are gonna check one more thing, and it's gonna be this error. If there's an error, right here, something went wrong. If it's not, show this geeks map. But if you remember, we are fetching this using dummy data, as you can see. But we don't need this anymore. I can delete. Instead, we are going to be using this data. Actually, I will say, then take the response and return response.data. In this case, it's going to return this array directly. Okay, let's see. Something is wrong. By the way, it's going to be a get method. If you don't write, by default, it's going to be get, but in any case, okay guys, I found out that it's not going to be is pending, it's going to be is loading. Let's see. As you can see, they are here. Right now we can pass our filters. If you remember, we have sort, minimum and maximum refs. We can use them. I will come here and I'm going to write here backtick. That's because we are going to write JavaScript inside and we are going to add here our query. To reach this data, we are going to be using req.query location. I will say const location, use location. Let's see, console log location. It's here, and as you can see, it shows our path name and search query. We are going to be using this one. Let's say search like that. And I'm going to pass this here. Right now, as you can see, there are 3 items, by the way. It says they should be a key, but our key is geek ID. Remember, it's going to be underscore ID. Okay, perfect. 3 items. Let's search for geek2. I will say and search geek2. As you can see, it's here. It works. If I don't write anything, it's going to fetch all this data. Right now we can use those inputs. I will say minimum. It's going to be minimum ref and current value and maximum. Like that. Let's see. Right now I'm going to search for this one, for example, minimum 200. And when I apply, it's going to refetch our data. It's the other amazing feature of React Query. We can refetch our data. And when we apply, as you can see, we just console log them. Instead, we are going to refetch. Let's try. Let's actually say minimum 100, maximum 300, and here, let's say 200. Okay, perfect. And what about here? We are going to sort our geeks. To do that, we are going to open geek controller again. And I'm going to write here sort. If I say created at, for example, and -1, it's going to show the latest items. If I say price, for example, let's see first. As you can see, the biggest one is here. If I say created at, again, this one, because it's the latest, 3 to 1. So it works like that. So if I write here query.sort, of course, I'm going to take its name only, like that. It's exactly the same thing as we did in register, for example. Here, we are taking its name, only this string. And let's do that. I will write here sort price As you can see, it's here. Right now I can add here one more query, and it's going to be sort. We are changing our sort here in this function, and I can say use effect refetch my gigs whenever this sort changes. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. I will choose the newest. As you can see, it's here. And best selling, it doesn't matter. They are 0, but it works. Okay, so let's open up our gig cards and update our item. Let's delete here. It's gonna be item.cover, not image, like that. And as you can see, there's a user here. To do that, we can fetch our users. I will do exactly the same thing. I can copy here and paste for my card. Use query. We don't have to refetch anything. By the way, I forgot changing this unique key. It's gonna be gigs. This is gonna be, let's say, gig user. And we are gonna search for users, and we are gonna pass the user ID. Remember, it's inside our item. That's because we are passing here our gig as an item. So it's gonna be item.userID. After that, I'm gonna use this loading variable, and for this user is loading right here. Loading. If it's not, check for error. Like that. It's gonna be data.image, data.username. As you can see, it's loading, but there's something wrong, I think. It says 404, that because we didn't create our endpoint, I think. Let's open up users route. Okay, we don't fetch anything. Let's say get user. Let's open up controller. I'm gonna duplicate this. It's gonna be get user. We are gonna find by ID and send this user. And as you can see, seller is our username, but we don't have any image. Let's write here a condition. If there is no image, show here image folder, no avatar. Okay, awesome. So what about those stars? If you remember, where is our model? We have total stars and star number. I'm gonna just divide these total stars by star number, and I'm gonna get my average rating. So I will say math round. We are gonna round our number, that because it can be a float. We don't want to do that. It should be from 1 to 5. And I will say data dot total stars divided by data dot star number. Actually, it's not data because it's our user. It's going to be item. Let's see. As you can see, it's none. That because they are 0. 0 divided by 0 is infinite. So I should write here a condition. I will copy this, and I'm going to say if it's not none, let's say none function show this number. As you can see, we don't have any more because they are none, but let's change one of them. Which one? I'm gonna change gig one. Total stars will be, let's say, 12, and start number is gonna be 4. Let's update this and let's check. As you can see, it's here. Perfect. So our cards are ready. Let's open up a single page and update our single gig. Okay, I closed everything and right now I'm gonna open my gig route. As you can see, we have this single item. We are gonna fetch our gig. It's not gonna be verified token, that because even if we are not logged in, we will be able to see our gigs. Okay, I'm gonna open up single gig page here, and we are gonna do exactly the same thing. We will fetch our data. Let's copy this. The key will be gig. It's gonna be single endpoint, and we are gonna pass here the gig ID. How we are gonna reach that? As you can see, we have an ID here. We can reach this data using use params. I will say const params use params hook. I will say console log. As you can see, it's here. And we have an ID inside. We can use this. By the way, there's an error that because we didn't import useQuery. And I'm gonna take my ID from here and use it right here. Let's use this data. It's gonna be a title. By the way, we are gonna fetch this user also. And we can use our image array. I will say data.images.map. And for each image, we are gonna call one of these images like that. And the source will be image. And I'm gonna give a key here, and it's gonna be image also. I can delete this. And our description. Again, user. There are reviews. And on the right side, we can change this. Short title. And description. Price. Delivery date and revision number. And finally, our features. Again, I'm gonna use map data.features.map. For each feature, we are gonna call this item. Let's give a key. It's gonna be feature. And here is gonna be feature. Let's delete this. By the way, let's take here. To here. I will say if it's loading, right here, loading. If it's not, check the error. If there's an error, right here, something went wrong. If it's not, show this container. Let's see, by the way, we can make them inside curly brackets like that. I changed this name, by the way, for fun. Let's take this back. And okay, by the way, I should import this. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna be an error that because we don't have any gig with this ID. I forgot changing there. Let's open up gig card. As you can see, there is a random ID here. Let's change this. It's gonna be item.id. Let's get back. I'm gonna choose this. As you can see, Perfect. Three images, title, description, everything works perfectly. Let's take care of those stars. I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. Remember, in the geek card, we were using this function. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. Of course, it's gonna be data. By the way, I can wrap my entire div with this condition. Let's take this here. If it's none, we are not gonna show this stars div. Like that. Let's copy this and search for other stars. I will do exactly the same thing here. And what about those stars? As you can see, our star number is 4, but we keep seeing here 5 items. Let's take care of this. I'm gonna come here and use this star number. And I'm gonna create an array using this number, using array method. I will say fill. And right now we have an array. And if I say map for each item inside, and let's say index, I'm gonna return this image. Let's delete others. I'm gonna give my key, it's gonna be I. Like that. And let's see. It's about seller and it's here. Perfect. Let's do the same thing for right here. Okay. Let me show you what we have done here. I'm gonna copy this and I will say console log. Of course, it's gonna be if it's not loading. Otherwise, we are gonna get an error. And as you can see, we have created an array and we fill inside with undefined variable. We don't have anything inside, but we don't need. We just created this array to map through these 4 elements and create our stars. Okay, I will delete this. And right now we can fetch this user. I'm gonna copy this. Let's change their names. It's gonna be is loading user, error user, and data user. By the way, we don't need this refetch. The query key will be, let's say, user. It's gonna be users. We are gonna pass the user ID. Remember, it's inside our data. So I will say data and user ID. So let's use this. I'm gonna wrap this div and I'm gonna write my condition. I will say if it's loading user, right here loading. If it's not, check the error, write the error message. And our div. Let's copy here. I will do the same thing for the seller section here. Like that. Of course, I should close here. Okay. Let's change them. It's gonna be data user and image. And if there is no image, remember what we are doing. I will say image folder and no avatar. Let's copy here. I'm gonna change this username, data user and username. And here. And what else? We have the user country, data user dot country, And we don't have those fields. We can leave them like that. We have a description. And that's all, I think. Let's check. Okay, there's an error. Our application has crashed. There is something with user ID. Oh. Let's start our app. And refresh here. And it's here. Okay. Right now we can take care of those reviews. If you remember, in our application, we have created our reviews inside the geek page. It's here. But I want to separate this. It's a different component. I'm gonna cut this and create a new component. It's gonna be reviews. Let's create quickly. Import our CSS file. And I'm gonna paste it here. And for each review, I'm gonna create a different component. Let's copy this. I'll say review, a single review, like that. Let's change those names like that, and it's gonna be a single item. I'm just gonna take this. I will cut. I can delete everything else. We need only one item. And the class name will be, let's say, review. Okay. Right now I'm gonna pass here reviews component and pass inside my geek ID. Remember, this ID comes from use params. We can use it. As you can see, it's still the same. Let's take our CSS styles and paste inside our new component. I'm gonna open this, find reviews. I will cut this and paste here. And for this item, oh, it's the biggest part. I'm gonna cut and paste here. But remember, we have changed this name. It's gonna be review. And I'm gonna come here, delete those items, and call my review component. Okay, it's here. So let's fetch our reviews using this geek ID and map through this review component. Let's open up this geek page. I will copy this useQuery. Let's import. It's going to be reviews endpoint. We don't have yet, but we are going to create. And we are going to pass here our geek ID. Remember, we are taking this as a prop, geek ID. And I will pass it here. Let's see. Okay. And I'm going to change this name. It's going to be reviews. And using this data, I'm going to map through this component. Of course, if it's not loading. For each review, call this component, and don't forget giving your key here, and it's going to be review ID. and the review will be review. Okay, let's create our endpoint and controller. I'm gonna come here and we will have 3 endpoints. First one will be post. We can create any review. It's gonna be verify token, of course. We have to be logged in, and let's say create review. And the second one will be get reviews. Remember, we are passing here our gig ID, get reviews, and finally we can delete them. I'm gonna pass here the review ID and it's gonna be delete. I'm gonna import my functions and let's create them. But before, let's remember what's inside. We have gig ID, user ID, star number from 1 to 5, and a description. I'm gonna open here. I'll say async. I'm gonna write my try catch block in advance. Next, create error and error. Of course, next here. By the way, we don't need create error. We already have our error. But anyway, we are gonna use it. And 2 more. It's gonna be create review. It's gonna be get reviews and delete review. Okay, firstly, I'm gonna check if we are a seller or not, because if we are the seller, we can't create any. If request is seller, I'm gonna return an error. 403 sellers can't create a review. And after that, let's create an object, review object. I will say const new review. Let's import this from our model, and the user ID will be request and user ID. Gig ID is gonna come from the body, description, and star. Okay, right now we can add this. By the way, I can take this outside of the try catch block. They are not async. And firstly, I'm gonna check one more thing. If we created a review before for this gig ID, we shouldn't be allowed to create another one. To do that, we are gonna fetch our review first. I'll say const the review, await review, find one, and I'm gonna add here my condition. The review gig ID will be request body gig ID, and the user ID will be request user ID. And if there's a review like that, it means we have created before. I'll say if there's a review, I'm gonna return error. Let's say create error. 403, we have already created a review. Okay, and after, if we didn't, finally I can save this review. I will say const saved gig, review, await, new review, and save. And finally, we can send this. I will say response status to 101 send saved review. And one more thing here, since we are giving a star, we should update our gig. I'm gonna come here and say await gig model. Let's import. I will say find by ID and update. I'm gonna give its ID here. Remember, comes from request body geek ID. And I'm gonna increment my total stars and star number. To do that, we can use MongoDB increment method. I'll say inc, and I'm gonna increment total stars. It's gonna be request, body, and star. And I'm gonna increment the star number, only 1. Okay. And let's get reviews. I will say const reviews, await reviews model, find, and I'm gonna pass here my condition. It's gonna be geek ID, request body geek ID. Of course, inside an object, and that's all. We can send it. Okay. Let's create using Postman and C. I'm gonna create one more folder here. Request is gonna be create review. I'm gonna write here my URL. It's gonna be a post method. And inside body, we are gonna have a geek ID, user ID. Actually, we don't need this. We are gonna take it from request and user ID. We are gonna need a star and a description. Let's find a geek ID. For example, this one. Star will be, let's say, 5. And let's say test review. Let's see. Okay, there's an error. That's crashed. Okay, there's something wrong here, I think. Of course, it's gonna be JS. And also create error here. Okay. Don't forget, if you are using AS modules, you have to write this extension. If you are using CommonJS, you don't need. Okay, let's try. It says you are not authenticated. Let's log in. Okay, remember, we are the seller right now. It says sellers can't create any review. Let's say user 1. I hope I didn't delete this user. Let's try. Okay, we are not the seller. I'm gonna create. Okay, geek ID required, but oh, I didn't change here. I'm sorry. One more time, and it's ready. If I try to add one more time, as you can see, you have already created a review. Perfect. I'm gonna save this and create another one. Get reviews. And I'm gonna pass here my geek ID. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, it returns empty array. By the way, it's not gonna be 201. We are not adding anything. I said review find. Geek ID will be request body geek ID. Of course, it's gonna be params. And it's not geek ID, it's an ID. Remember, it's here. To not be confused, let's actually make this geek ID. It's the better solution. I will try, and it's here. Let's see. We have one review here. We can change his description, star, and the user. I'm gonna open up the review. Remember, we are passing our prop. I'll say review. Remember, we have a user. We have to fetch our user, but before, let's change here. Review and description. Review and star. And remember what we are doing here. I will say array review.star fill insight and use map for each item. Return one of these stars, and I'm gonna give a key. It's gonna be I. Like that. I can delete other stars here. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So we can fetch our user. Let's come here, take this function and pass it here. I'm gonna import them. Once you create a use query, using this for other components is really easy. We are gonna search for users, and user ID is gonna be review.user ID, and let's say review user. So let's use this. I'm gonna take this is loading. I'm gonna write quickly. Okay, let's change it. Data.image, and if there is no image, username, and the country image. Actually, we don't need this. We can change only here. Data.country. Okay, awesome. But we cannot add a new review. Let's create a component. Actually, we can write it in here. After those reviews, I'm gonna say add new component. It's gonna be add, let's say add a new review. And I'm gonna create here a form. And we are gonna add here input. Let's say placeholder. Write your opinion. And a select here. We are gonna select our star number. Let's say option is gonna be 1. And finally a button. And I will say send. Let's write here on submit method. I'm gonna say handle submit. Const handle submit. And we are gonna need this star number and this input text. Of course, you can create use statehook, but we can also use this event directly. We have two HTML elements, this input and this select. So if I choose the first element, I can reach its data. If I choose the second element, I can reach the number. What I mean by that? Firstly, I'm gonna say prevent default, of course. Description is, let's say const description, event, target, and the first element and its value. And the second element will be the star number. It comes from input, it comes from select. Right now, using req.query useMutation hook, I can make a post request. As you can see, using useMutation, we can create, update, or delete our items. In this example, it adds a new to-do item. Let's copy this. I'm gonna come here, useMutation, and we are gonna make a new request. It's gonna be a post request. I'll say reviews endpoint, and we are gonna pass our review. So using this mutation, we can send our description and star. Like that. And one more thing we need, and it's this gig ID, description and star. And after sending, we should update this reviews list. To do that, there's an awesome function here, and it's on success. I will say if it's successful, I'm gonna invalidate these reviews and it's gonna add our new review into this data. To do that, we are gonna need useQuery client. Let's say const query client, useQuery client. I'm gonna use it here. And I will say invalidate queries. And I'm gonna pass this key here. Revalidate this. Let's try. Of course, we are a seller. I'm gonna log out. Let's say user2. Let's open up. Of course, we are gonna give a style, but let's say from user2, 3 stars. I will send, and it's immediately here. But there is something wrong. It shows the user1. And the reason is that, if you remember, I said we should use here a unique key, but we are using the same key for each user. It should be unique. So I'm gonna say review.id, user ID. In our case, it was caching our data and giving the same result, but right now, as you can see, it's different. Okay, by the way, there is a problem here. It says there is no user ID in Geek.js X. Let's check. 27. Okay. Basically, it says there is no user ID yet. What can I do? I can say const user ID. If there is data and its user ID, it's gonna be true. And there's an awesome feature in req.query. We can enable this useQuery function only when this user ID exists. So I will say enable user ID. In this case, if there is no user ID, it's not gonna run. I can delete here. Okay, perfect. Let's give a style. Quickly, I'm gonna open up review CSS. Actually, it's reviews CSS, and I'm gonna come here and say add. I'm gonna give margin top. It's gonna be display flags. Flags direction will be column, and I'm gonna give a gap between each item. Like that. And for this add input, let me check first. Let's give a class for this form. I will say class name. I will say add input or form. I will say display flags, flags direction column. Again, gap. And for the input inside, I'm going to give padding. Like that. And for this select options, let's say select. I'm going to give a width. Padding will be 20. And I want to see this select on the right side of the component. So I'm going to say align self. It's going to be flags end. So it will be in the end of the flags box. I can do the same thing for this button. Align self flags end. I'm going to give a width. I'm going to delete the border. Why I didn't create this in the previous lesson, I don't know, but anyway, I will say color and background color and cursor pointer. I said 10 is going to be 100. Okay, there is nothing fancy, but it looks much better. And okay, we completed our geek page. Let's take care of our items here. For example, orders. So I will come here, close everything, open up my order route and controller. And let's create our endpoints. Firstly, we are going to create a new order. It's going to be post. And we are going to verify our user. And let's say create order. And one more is going to be a get method. And we are going to get all our orders. Get orders. I'm going to import verify token. Import from controller is going to be get orders and create order. We are going to add more endpoints, but for now, it can stay like that because we are not going to handle the payment process right now. We are going to handle this at the end of the video. Okay, let's say create order, async, I will say next, try catch, I will say next error, and I'm going to import create error. Okay, actually, I'm going to copy this for conversation controller and message controller. After that, it's going to be easier to handle them. Okay, let's see what we have first. In order model, we have gig ID, gig image and title, its price, seller and buyer ID, and payment intent. As I said, it's related to Stripe payment. Instead of Stripe intent ID, we can just write random string. It doesn't matter for now. So let's create. I will say const new order, order model, I will say new. Let's import this. Okay, and firstly, I want to fetch my gig. That because we are going to write here a price, we shouldn't take this from a user because they can change the price. So what I'm going to do is to fetch my gig first. Let's import gig model. I will say const gig is going to be gig model find by ID. I will say request params and gig ID. In this case, we should write it here like that. Of course, you can send by request body, but anyway, it can stay in params. And after that, I will say gig ID equals gig.id. And image will be, remember, it's cover, title. It's going to be buyer ID. In this case, we are the buyer. I can say request user ID. We are going to need the seller ID. It will be gig.user ID. Oops. Finally, price, gig.price. We are taking everything from this gig, not from user. And finally, payment intent. It's going to be temporary string. It can stay like that. Let's save this. I will say await, new order, and save. And after that, we can send it. Response, send. I will say status 200. Normally, we are going to send this Stripe ID, but for now, let's say successful. Okay, let's create. I'm going to come here. I will say orders or order. Create order. URL orders. I'm going to pass here the gig ID. By the way, there is something wrong. Get orders. Oh, that's because we didn't create anything. Let's create. Get orders. I'm gonna delete here. Okay, let's choose this one. I'm gonna copy this ID. And it's gonna be a post method. Let's send. Didn't send. I forgot here, await. Okay, it's successful. Let's get our orders. Get orders. And let's write our controller. Remember, we are going to fetch only our orders using our user ID. I will say const orders. It's going to be await order find. And I'm going to write my condition here. If you remember, we have here the seller ID and buyer ID, and our username will be one of them. So I can write here, if request is seller, the seller ID will be our ID request user ID. If it's not, buyer ID will be our ID. And also I will say is completed should be true. Like that. I'm doing this because when we click here, as I said, we are going to create an order, but it's not going to be completed. When we enter our card information and make the payment, it's going to be true. And when we click here, we are going to see only completed orders. Okay, let's send this. Response, status, and orders. Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna send. It returns an empty array. That because by default is completed is false. If I come here, let's check our orders. I'm gonna change here. Right now we are gonna see our orders here. Okay, awesome. Let's use these endpoints in our React application. Let's open up orders. I'm gonna open this gig, copy here. By the way, we have a current user here. We don't need this anymore. If you remember what we did in navbar, I'm gonna copy this and paste here. Let's import useQuery and new request like that. I'm gonna delete here. The query key will be orders, and I'm gonna delete here. I will say orders. And after that, I can use this data. I will wrap this container. Let me close this. I will say if it's loading. If there is an error. If it's not, it's going to show this container. And this is the head of the table. And this is our item. Basically, I'm going to take this item and using data and map for each item. Actually, let's say order. I'm going to return here. Of course, we don't have any unique key. Let's give. It's going to be order ID. Let's change here. Order image. Order title. Price. We don't need here. And we can delete this user. We don't need this. Or if you want to, you can show the buyer or seller ID. And that's all. Let's see. By the way, I'm going to delete others. As you can see, it's empty. That's because we are the user 2. But in our example, we are user 1. Let's log out and sign in. I will open up And as you can see, it's here. Right now, when I click on this button, we are going to open the chat page. But there is something important here. If we already have a conversation with that user, we shouldn't create the new one. We should directly open the chat page. But if we don't have the conversation, we should create the new one using the buyer and the seller ID. Let's first open up our conversations. Let's create our endpoints and controller, and after that you are going to understand better. I will come here. I will say verify token, get conversations. We are going to fetch all our conversations. And we are going to create a new one. I will say create conversation. We are going to get a single conversation. Let's say get conversation or single conversation. In this case, I will say single and ID. We are going to get the conversation ID. And finally, I will say update conversation. And the conversation ID. Let's import them. By the way, what's wrong here? Oh, I said comma. Of course, they are going to be semicolon. Okay. Let's come here. I will say create conversation. Let's say const new conversation. I'm going to import my model, and inside, let's see what we have. We are going to have an ID, and it's going to be seller ID plus buyer ID, read by seller, read by buyer, and the last message. We don't have to give this, it's not required. Let's do that. I will say ID, and I need a condition here. I will say if request is seller, it's going to be request and user ID plus request body, let's say 2. If it's not, it's going to be the opposite. Request body dot 2 plus request user ID. The first one will be the seller ID. Remember, it has to be like that. This is our rule. I will say seller ID. Again, if we are the seller, it's going to be our ID. If not, it's going to be request body and 2. I will do the same thing for other one. Like that. And read by seller again. That because if we start any conversation, it's going to be true, and the other person will not see our message immediately, so it's going to be false. This is why we are doing this like that. Read by buyer is going to be the opposite of our situation. And we are not going to have any last message. We are just starting the conversation. We are not adding any message. And let's save this. I will say, actually inside try block, const saved conversation, await new conversation and save. After that, we can send this 201 and saved conversation. Let's create others. Update conversation. I'm gonna delete here. What else we have? Get single conversation and get conversations. Okay, using this update conversation, basically we are going to update the read by seller or buyer information. Let's open up any message here. when we add any message, by default, read by buyer will be true, read by seller will be false. That's because we are not a seller. And if we are the seller, it's going to be opposite. I will say const updated conversation. I will say await conversation. I will say find one and update. I'm not saying find by ID. That's because remember, the conversation ID will be seller ID plus buyer ID. That's why we have created the ID field. So we can use it. I will say ID. It's going to be request params ID. And after that, after finding our conversation, finally we can update using the set method. So I will say read by seller is going to be true if we are the seller. And I will do the same thing for buyer. Like that. And after updating, I want to see the updated conversation. So I'm going to write here new and true. If you don't write this, it's not going to return the new conversation. You will keep seeing the old conversation. I will say response status 200 sent and updated conversation. Okay. Let's see a single conversation. I will say const conversation await our model find one, and again I'm gonna use the ID request params ID, and we can return this. If you want to, you can send any error. If there is no conversation, you can send 404, but it can stay. And finally, get conversations. I will say const conversations. I will say await the model. I'm going to say find. Again, if we are the seller ID will be our ID. Otherwise, the buyer ID will be our ID. And finally, we can send it. Like that. Let's test it. I'm going to come here, new folder. Firstly, we are going to create. It's going to be a post method, and inside body we are going to add to, remember, this is where we are sending. It's going to be the user ID. Let's choose any user ID here. Are we the user 2 or 1? Okay, 1. So we can choose this one. And send. Okay. There is no endpoint like that. Let's check. Oh, I forgot writing here. Post. By the way, when we update, it's going to be put. And here, let's check. It's going to be body. Let's see. I hope everything is okay. I will send. And as you can see, it's here. Let's see our conversation in our application. I'm going to close them and open up messages page. And again, we are going to be using req.query. Let's write it here. I'm going to import and this. Let's say conversations. I'm going to delete this. By the way, I can delete here and take this from local storage. And let's see. As I always do, I'm going to wrap my app. I will say if it's loading, it's not, error. If it's not, this container. Right now, I can delete other items here. I'm gonna leave only one, and I'm gonna map through this item. I will say data.map for each conversation. Let's say C stands for conversation. I'm gonna return this tr. Let's give a key. It's gonna be CID. Remember, this is a custom ID. I'm not using underscore. And it's gonna be c.description. And we are gonna be using updated at date. But to use it like 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, we need a library. Let's open here. I will say yarn at moment. It's a really useful library if you are working with times. So I'm gonna come here. By the way, I'm gonna choose the latest version. And I will say moment. I'm gonna add here conversation updated at date. And from now. Let's see. Of course, it's not description, it's the last message. But remember, we don't have to have any last message. It can be empty. So I'm gonna add here a question mark, and it's gonna show only if it exists. Okay, as you can see, it's here. We created this 5 minutes ago. And instead of this name, we can maybe show the ID. Again, we need the isSeller variable. If we are the seller, c.buyerID. If it's not, c.sellerID. We are the buyer, and as you can see, it's going to be seller ID here. And finally, when I click here, we are going to update our conversation, and read by will be true. By the way, as you remember, in our controller, I said one of them will be true, one of them will be false, but they all are going to be true. That's because if we are the buyer, the seller is already true, read by seller. In this case, read by buyer will be true, but we are not going to make it false. If we are the seller, it's the same thing. When we click here, read by seller will be true, and read by buyer is already true. We don't have to make it false. If you want to, you can write it like that. It's exactly the same thing. If request is seller, read by seller will be true. If it's not, if we are not the seller, this time, read by buyer will be true. Basically, the other one will not be false. That's because it's the sender of the text. It has to be read by sender. We are not the sender, we are the receiver. It's gonna be false at the beginning. When we click, it's gonna be true. Okay. Let's do that. By the way, if we have already read this message, we don't have to see this button. Let's write here our condition. If current user is seller, and if read by seller is false, we can see this. And also, one more condition. I'm gonna copy here. Or if we are not the seller and read by buyer is false. In this case, we can see this button. One more time. Let's say we are the seller. It's true and read by seller will be false. In this case, we will see this button. If it's true, it means we have already read this message. We don't have to see it. And the same thing for this one. If we are the buyer, it should be false. Let's see. As you can see, it's not here. That's because read by buyer is true. We have created this conversation. And I can do the same thing for this active class. I will say if it's like that, it's going to be active. In this case, it will be white, as you can see. When we don't read the message, it's going to be green. Okay, let's log in as user 2. Actually, I'm going to open a new tab. Let's log in here. I will say user 2, user 2. And as you can see, this is the message. When I click here, we are going to read this message. I'm going to come here and I will say on click event, let's say handle read. Const handle read. And we are going to mutate our conversation. Remember how we are doing this? I'm going to open up reviews. And if you remember, we are using useMutation hook. Let's do that. I'm going to import client, of course. I should create first. Like that. And using this mutation, we can write our endpoint here. It's going to be conversation. And remember, it's a put method. And we are going to pass here our conversation ID. Let's make this backtick. And I'll say ID. Let's say ID here. I will delete this. And when it's successful, we are going to refresh these conversations. Let's take our ID here. Using our button. I will say c.id. And I'm going to take this ID and mutate. I will say mutation and ID. Let's see. I'm going to click. As you can see, it's completed. Perfect. Right now, when I click here, we are going to open up the message page. But here, as you can see, we are going to have an ID. Let's write it here. We have a link. I'm going to change here. And it's going to be c.id. Okay. Remember, it includes our seller ID and buyer ID. This is why it's that long. So let's create our messages. I'm going to close everything and let's open up message route and the controller. We are going to create a new message. So I will say post method. Of course, we should be logged in. I will say verify token and create. And one more is going to be a get method. And we are going to fetch all messages of a conversation. Let's say get messages. Let's import them. Okay, and create our functions. Get messages. Okay, firstly, using our conversation ID, easily we can find our messages and send them to user. I will say const messages. Await message model. I'm going to import. I will say find, and the conversation ID will be request params and ID. And we are just going to send it. Like that. What about here? I will say const new message, new message model, and inside we are going to have a conversation ID. It's going to be request body and conversation ID. We are going to have a user ID. It's going to be our ID. Like that. And finally, a description is going to be request body and description. Okay, it's a comma, and inside try catch, by the way, it should be in try catch, of course. I will say const state message, await, new message, and save. And after that, when we send any message, if we are the seller, for example, read by seller will be true, read by buyer will be false. So I will say await conversation. I'm gonna import this. And I will say find one and update. I'm gonna pass here my condition. It's gonna be ID equals request body and conversation ID. And after finding, we are gonna set read by seller. It's gonna be true only if we are the seller. Read by buyer. It's going to be the opposite. And finally, the last message. It will be request body and description. And let's say new true. Okay, we can send our message right now. Response status 200 or 201, send and saved message. Let's try. I'm gonna open up the message page, and using this conversation ID, we can fetch all our messages. Let's first get our ID. I will say const ID from use params. By the way, it's messages. It should be message. I'm sorry. Single message here. Like that. And I'm going to be using useQuery. And also query client, that because we are going to add a new message. Let's say messages. Here, and we are going to pass our ID, the conversation ID. Let's import this, by the way. Okay, let's use it. I'm going to cover these messages. If it's loading, if there's an error, if it's not, these messages. I'm gonna leave only one item here, and I'm gonna delete the rest. Like that. I will say data.map for each message. Call this item. I'm gonna give the unique key message.id, and I'm gonna change here message.description. Okay, we are gonna fetch our data. By the way, I didn't import this. And new request. Let's see. As you can see, it's empty. We don't have any message inside. We have created the conversation, but we didn't create any message inside. Let's create using this input. To do that, of course, we are going to be using useMutation. Let's copy here. I will say handle submit. We are going to be using useMutation. Let's import. And we are going to take the message and make a request to the messages endpoint. And we are going to pass our message. And if it's successful, we are going to refresh our messages. And let's write here event event prevent default, because we are going to be using a form. We don't want to refresh the page. As you can see, we have a write div here. I can change this to a form, and I can use onSubmit methods and handle submit, and the button type will be submit. When I click here, it's going to run this function. Okay, remember what we are doing. Using event, we can reach the first item and its value. Let's do that. I'm going to pass here my message. Firstly, conversation ID will be. The ID comes from use params, and the description will be event, target, and the first item. And after sending, when we write here anything, when I click on this button, it's gonna stay same, but I wanna delete here, it's gonna be empty again. So I will take here and make it empty string. Let's check. Messages, we are sending our message, which is here. Okay, I think everything is okay. Let's try. I will say first message. I'm gonna send, and there's an error. Let's see. Oh, there's a typo here in our controller. Okay, here. Let's try again. I will say hi. Another error. Okay, it says capital user ID. There is something wrong in our model. Oh, why they are capital? Let's try one more time. And it's here. Okay, awesome. Let's check the other user. And as you can see, we have our last message here. And we didn't read this message. If I click, we are gonna read. Let's open up. I will say hi. And it's here. By the way, if we are the owner of this message, remember we are changing the class name. I will come here to message component, and I'm gonna write here a condition for this item. I will say if message.userID equals our user ID, current user .id, but we don't have current user. Let's create const current user, like that. I'm gonna close here. If IDs are equal, it means we are the owner. In this case, it's gonna be owner and item. If it's not, it's gonna be only item. Okay, awesome. As you can see, this is our message. If I turn back to other user, this is our message. Let's check here. I will turn back. When I write something, as you can see, it's here. And one more thing related to our messages and conversations. When I open up my orders, as you can see, I can contact with the seller or the buyer of this order. So what we are gonna do here, when I click here, firstly we are gonna check the conversation. We are gonna combine the seller and the buyer ID, and using that combined ID, we are gonna check our conversation. If it doesn't exist, we are gonna create a new one. If it exists, we are gonna directly go to the chat page. So let's open up the order page. And for this image, I'm gonna say on click, and let's say handle contact. Let's create this. const handle contact. It's going to be async. And of course, we are going to need our order. That because we need the seller and the buyer ID. So I'm going to pass here the order. And I'm going to take this order, const seller ID, order.seller ID, and buyer ID. So our conversation ID will be const ID equals seller ID plus buyer ID. Okay, let's find our conversation. I will say const response await. I will say new request, and it's going to be a get request. We are not fetching data using useQuery. We don't need that. I will say conversations, and I will say find single one, and I'm gonna pass the conversation ID. Let's make here backtick, and I will say ID. And after that, we are gonna check our response and data. And if you check our controller, let's say conversation controller, we don't have any custom error here. Let's create, I will say if there is no conversation, we are going to return next, create error, let's say 404, and I'll say not found. Okay, using this error, we can create a new conversation. I forgot writing here, try catch. I'll say error, and I'm gonna write here my condition. I will say if error response and status 404, it means we don't have our conversation. So I'm gonna create a new one. Let's copy this. I forgot this. So it's gonna be a post method. Conversations I can delete here, and we are gonna send here. Remember, we are sending only two. I will say true. If current user is seller, it's gonna be buyer ID. If it's not, it's gonna be seller ID. And finally, we can open the chat page. It's gonna return us our conversation, and inside this response and data, we have its ID, conversation ID. Using useNavigate hook, we can open any new page. I will say const navigate, useNavigate hook. Let's use it. I will say response, data, and ID. Of course, before I will say message page and the conversation ID. I can do the same thing for here. If we don't have any error, it means we already have this conversation. We can directly go there like that. Let's see. By the way, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be equal. Let's try. I hope everything is okay. I will click. As you can see, it has created a new conversation. Let's check. I'm going to come here, and as you can see, we have a new conversation here. By the way, we can sort them by updated at date. Let's open up our controller, conversation controller. I will say sort created at, I'm sorry, it's going to be updated at, and -1. Of course, inside an object. And right now, the latest message is here. When I click that button, I updated my conversation, and right now it's here. Let's write something. Let's get back, and it's here. Perfect. So we have completed all our components, but there is one more thing, and it's the most important thing. It's the payment. When I click here, we are going to open up the payment page, and we are going to integrate the Stripe to make payments. I'm going to come here and close everything. So I'm going to open up my menu and create a new page. I will say pay.jsx, and CSS, let's import. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is when I click on this button, I want to be navigated to pay page, and when I open this page, we are gonna create an order immediately, and we are gonna see the cart inputs. We will enter our cart information, credit card information, and when we click on the pay button, we are gonna complete our order. To do that, we are gonna be using Stripe. If you don't have any account, just create one, and after that, you are gonna go to dashboard.stripe.com. If you check here, you are gonna see that we have some API keys. As you can see, we are gonna use this in our React application, and this one for our backend server. Let's see how we are gonna use it. I'm gonna open up documentation and get started. And here we have two options. We can create pre-built checkout page. In this case, when we click this button, it's gonna open up a Stripe website, and we are gonna make the payment process there. But I don't want to do that. I want to make the payment in our website, so I'm gonna choose custom payment flow. In this case, everything will be in our website, and it's gonna look more professional. Let's see what we are gonna have. Firstly, we should create a backend server. We already have. We are just gonna create our endpoint. We have our React application, and we are just gonna create this checkout form. Let's see in server.js what we are gonna do. Firstly, we should install Stripe. Let's open up new terminal here. I will say cd API yarn add Stripe. And after that, as you can see, there's a post request here. So we are gonna need this endpoint. Of course, you can create another endpoint. It doesn't matter. For example, if you remember, we are creating our order in this way. If you want to, you can just use this endpoint, but I just want to do everything from scratch. If you are watching only this part of the video, it's going to be easier for you. So let's create this endpoint. I'm going to open up order route. I will say post, create payment intent. We should be verified, of course, and let's say intent. I'm gonna create this function in my controller. Let's create here. I will say export const intent request response and next. Of course, it's gonna be async because we will create our order after creating this intent. And firstly, I'm gonna create my Stripe variable, but it uses common.js. We cannot use import like that. So I will come here and say import Stripe from Stripe. And after that, we should pass in our secret key. If you remember, we have secret key here. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna come here and say const Stripe, new Stripe, and I'm gonna pass in my secret key like that. But if you remember, we have an env file, we can use it. I'm gonna come here and say Stripe. I can use it here. I will say process env and Stripe. Of course, if you make any changes there in env file, I recommend you to restart your application like that. And after that, as you can see, we are gonna create our payment intent using this stripe, like that. We can add here our product price. You shouldn't take this from user like request by the end price, because user can change its price. It's not secure. So what I'm gonna do is adding here an ID. It's gonna be our gig ID, product ID. And using this ID, I'm gonna fetch my product and I'm gonna use its price here. So I will say const gig find by ID. I will say request params and ID, and I'm gonna get its price. Of course, again, I forgot wait here. I'm gonna say gig.price, but make sure that you multiply this amount 100. Otherwise, it's gonna calculate with cents, not dollars. And this function is gonna create payment intent ID and also client secret. And we are gonna send this secret to our payment page. You are gonna understand better right now. But before, I want to create my order. If you remember, we have created our order here. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. After this, I'm gonna delete this function. We are not gonna be using this create order anymore. We are gonna be using this endpoint. It was just for test. Okay. After saving my order, I can finally send my payment intent client secret. So I will say response send, and I will say client secret, and it's gonna be payment intent. And as you can see, there are many options here. You can send whatever you want, but we are gonna need client secret. Let's say 200 here. And right now I can change here. It was just a random text. I'm gonna use payment intent and I will take its ID. Okay. Right now I can delete here. Like that. Okay, it's ready. I'm gonna open up my app.js. Let's actually come here. It starts from here. And as you can see, we are gonna need those libraries for the React application. I'm gonna copy. Let me make this bigger actually. I'm gonna open my terminal, client side, and I will say yarn add React stripe. Let's copy them. And I'm gonna paste here. I'm gonna import. And it says, firstly, load your stripe promise using our public key. Remember, it's here. We are gonna use this. And it says, make sure to call this outside of the component. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. You don't have to hide this key. It's not a secret key. And after that, as you can see, we are going to create a use state. And after making our API request, remember, it returns us this client secret. And we are going to set our client secret here. I'm going to import. At the beginning, it's empty. And as soon as we open this page, we are going to make API request. I will say use effect. Empty dependency, and let's write our request function. I will say const make request. It will be an async function. Try catch. If there's an error, just console log for now. And I will say const response await new request. Remember, it comes from here. We are using Axios. Let's import this. Like that. And it's going to be a post method. And remember our endpoint, orders, create payment intent. And also we are going to pass our gig ID because we are going to need its price. How we are going to get this? We can use React Router DOM use params. Remember how we are doing this? I will say ID use params. Let's import this. React Router DOM. And we are going to take this ID and use it here. By the way, it's going to be in the outside of this try block. Okay. Let me shrink this. And I'm going to call this function here. And after that, finally, we can update this client secret. I will say set client secret is going to be response data and client secret. And Stripe is going to check our client secret. If everything is okay, it's going to provide us some inputs that we can enter our cart information. To do that, we are going to be using Stripe elements, and we can pass here any Stripe theme. After this payment process, we can check what kind of themes it has, but for now, it can stay like that. Let's write it here. And let's use React payment elements. Did I import or not? Okay, it's here. I'm gonna copy here. I will say if there is a client secret, you can show this checkout form. We don't have yet. Let's give here class name. And I'm gonna create here new component. Checkout form. JSX. Let's create our function. Let's import this here. Okay. And inside this form, let's see what we are gonna add. I'm gonna copy them. Actually, let's copy here. Like that. We are gonna use Stripe and use elements. And we are gonna need some use states. We can take the customer email. If there is any error, we can show this message. And if it's loading, we can disable our buttons. Like that. And in this use effect, basically we are gonna listen our user actions, and when the user enters his cart information and clicks the pay button, we are gonna have some options here. It can be successful, still processing, payment was not successful, or there is something wrong with Stripe servers. In all those cases, we are gonna set our message, and here in our HTML, we can show this to user. Let's copy this use effect. Here. It takes our client secret that we have sent and listen our actions. Let's create here. Our elements is going to be a form. We are going to change its style later. Basically, it's going to show the cart information inputs, and when we click on this submit button, it's going to run this function. Let's create handle submit. Let's see. Actually, let's directly copy this, and I'm going to explain one by one. Okay. Basically, when I click on this button, firstly, it's gonna check whether the Stripe loaded or not. If it's not, it's just gonna return. It's not gonna do anything. And if it's loaded, we are going to start our process. Firstly, we are going to set our loading state is going to be true. In this case, we can show here this spinner. As you can see, if it's loading, show this spinner. If it's not, right here, pay now. And after that, Stripe is going to confirm our payment. And if there is an error, it's going to set our messages and it's going to show what kind of error it is. And if everything is okay, we are going to be redirected to this URL. Of course, I'm going to change here. It's going to be our port number and success page. We don't have yet, but we are going to create. Let's actually create. I will say success and our function like that. And let's open up our app.js. Those are our pages. I'm going to add 2 more pages here. First one will be pay. I'm going to add here pay page and success page. Okay. I'm going to close everything. Let's open up our React application. And when I click on this button using this gig ID, I'm going to open my pay page. Let's do that. I will say gig page. And for this button, I'm going to wrap this with link. React rather than link. I will say to pay and the gig ID. Remember, we have our gig ID. We can use it like that. And let's see. I'm gonna click. Oops, there is something wrong in app.js because we have a parameter here. I forgot adding here any parameter like that. And as you can see, it's loading this payment form, and using this form, we are gonna complete our order. If you check the MongoDB, and in orders, as you can see, this is our previous order. I can delete this. And this is our order. As you can see, we have this ID, and also is completed is false. Let's write here any email here, and fake card number, it's for test. You can write here any month and year, let's say 25, any 3 numbers, country, and you can save your card. And I'm gonna pay now. Let's add here any zip number. I will pay. And as you can see, we are in the success page right now. And it includes this payment intent. Using this number, we can update our order. It was false, and we can turn this to true. And we can complete our payment process. If you check out your balance here, and this is our balance. If you check your payments, you are gonna see this price. It's 59. We have here our intent number and customer email. And after the Stripe commission, this is our balance. It works like that. So let's take this payment intent and update our order. I'm gonna open up success page and let's say payment successful. You are being redirected to the orders page. Please do not close your page. Something like that. Let's say you are being redirected to. And after this message, we can update our order. Using useNavigate hook, we can be redirected to the orders page. Navigate, use navigate hook, And also, we are going to need this query. To do that, we are going to be using React Router DOM useLocation hook. I will say const useLocation. If you remember, the search string gives us our query search. So we are going to take this part, but we need only this section. To do that, we can use URL search params. I will say const params new URL search params, and I'm gonna pass here my search query. After this, we can take whatever we want. We can take this payment intent, we can take this intent client script, redirect status, whatever you want, any query here. But we are gonna need only payment intent. I will say const payment intent. It's gonna be params get and payment intent. Let's create a use effect. I will say const make request. It's going to be an async function. I will say try catch block. And I will say await new request. And it's going to be a put request. Remember, we are updating. I will say orders. And we are going to pass here our payment intent. So using this ID, we are going to search for our order and we are going to update this is completed field. It's going to be true. And if it's successful, we can be navigated to orders. But I just want to wait, let's say 5 seconds. So I can use set timeout. Like that. And I'm going to say 5000 milliseconds, which is 5 seconds. Okay, let's call this function here. So when we open this success page, it's going to run this use effect immediately. Let's check our endpoint here. We don't have any put method. Let's create, I will say put. I'm going to delete here. We should be verified. And let's say confirm. Let's create. I'm going to come here, order controller. I'm going to create one more function. It's going to be confirm. And I'm going to say await order, find one and update. And I'm going to write here my condition, and it's going to be payment intent equals request body and payment intent. And after finding, I can update my order. I will say set, and its completed field will be true. Of course, it should be in an object like that. And let's send any message here. Order has been confirmed. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh after 5 seconds. As you can see, we are here and this is our order. Awesome. It works like that, guys. If you want to learn more advanced version of payments, you can check the documentation. By the way, Stripe documentation is one of my favorite documentations. You can find anything you want. They didn't miss any point. They explained every little detail. You can find any other solutions like sending a physical product, for example, or subscription or installments, whatever you want. Okay. And we didn't add here any functionality. Let's create. I'm gonna close everything here and I'm gonna open up the featured component. And we have a search button here, and using this input we can store our text. Let's create here use state. I will say const input set input use state, and I will say on change set input event target and value. And after that, when we click on this button, let's say on click, I'll say handle click or submit. Let's create this const handle submit. We are going to be navigated to gigs page, but we are going to add our query here into URL. So let's use navigate hook. I will just copy and import, and I will say navigate gigs, and remember our query will be search, and it's going to be this input. Like that. Let's try. Let's see first. Okay, I'm gonna search for gig 2, for example. I will say gig 2, I will search, and as you can see, it's here. Awesome. And by the way, one more thing, and it's the last thing. Let's sign in. I will say seller, and here we are gonna list our gigs, and also we will be able to delete them, or using this button and those inputs, we will be able to create a new gig. Let's do that quickly. So let's come here, open up my gigs page. I'm gonna get the current user. By the way, if you don't want to write the same thing again and again, you can basically create here, let's say get current user, const get current user, it's just gonna return local storage current user. Let's export this. Okay, I can use it here, like that, and we are gonna fetch our gigs here. Let's delete those items. We are gonna need only one. Let's open up here. For example, we are gonna be using use query hook, and as you can see, we have an action here. We are gonna mutate our items. So let's open the reviews. We are gonna need query client and mutation. Actually, let's copy here and paste. I'm gonna import them quickly. Use mutation, use query and query client from React Query. New request from our Axios instance. Okay, what we are gonna fetch? We are gonna fetch our gigs. Let's say my gigs. And remember, we can pass here any query, and user ID will be the current user ID. And after that, we are gonna pass here the gig ID, and using this gig ID, we can delete our gig. And I'm gonna pass here this ID. We are not gonna pass anything in the body. It's gonna be parameter, and it's gonna invalidate my gigs. Let's handle this on click, handle delete. Of course, we are gonna pass our item ID here, so we have to use this data first. I'm gonna wrap my container. I will say if it's loading and if there's an error. like that. By the way, why here is like that? It's going to be only gigs. And we don't have handle delete. We are going to handle that. But before, let's use our array here. I'm going to wrap this. And I will say data.map for each gig. We are going to return this tr. We are going to need a unique key, gig.id. It's going to be gig cover. Gig title. And price. And it's sales number. Right now, we can pass here our gig ID. Like that. Let's create this function. I'm going to take the ID here. And I'm going to use mutation, mutate, and I'm going to pass my ID. That's all. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any gig. We can basically log out and log in as other user, or before that we can handle this add new gig page. So we can add our new gigs. After that we can fetch. Let's do it like that. I'm going to open up add. And right now, instead of creating use state, we are going to be using useReducer. That because we have many inputs here and I want to change these features, we are going to have only one input here. And I'm going to add here a button. When I write something and click on that button, it's going to add new features. So we can add infinite features like that. And there is a select here. Of course, we can use state, but it's going to be a little bit complex. In this case, I recommend you to use useReducer. Let's create here new folder. I will say reducers. It's going to be gig reducer. Before that, I recommend you to watch my useReducer video before starting. If you don't know anything about useReducer, it's gonna be really helpful. And in this video, I'm not gonna deep dive into it. It's gonna be in the card on the top right. You can check it. And firstly, we are gonna need an initial state. Let me paste this. As you can see, we are gonna have a user ID. And we are going to take it from local storage. And I wrote here every fields that we have for the gig. And using gig reducer, we are going to update this state. Let's say export const gig reducer. It's going to be state and action. We are going to be using switch case. And we are going to check our action types. In the first case will be change input. Basically, we are going to change all these text inputs using this action. I will say here, return. I'm going to return the state, but I'm going to change my inputs. Remember how we are doing this? I will say action, payload, and name is going to be action, payload, and value. So we can update most of our inputs like that, but we have image here and those images, so we can update them. Let's say add images. So cover image will be action, payload, cover, and one more is going to be images. And what else? As I said, we are going to add our features using a button. Let's create another case. I will say add feature. I will say features. I'm gonna leave the previous features. Let's say state.features. And I'm gonna add a new one. And it's gonna be action.payload. And also we can delete any of those features. Let's say remove. And in this case, we are gonna filter our features array. And it's gonna be filter. We are gonna check each feature and we are gonna filter. It's not gonna be our action payload. Basically, it's gonna keep each element except of this one. And by default, it's gonna be return state. Okay, it's ready. Let's open up our add page and call our state. I will say const useReducer from React, and I'm gonna pass here my gig reducer and its initial state. Let's import them like that. Let me check. Okay, export. Okay. So we are gonna take the state and dispatch. So we can dispatch our actions using this function. And what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna need some use states for my images. That's because we are gonna store our images and we are gonna send them to upload.js. Remember, it uploads our images into Cloudinary and send us a URL. What can I do? I can add here a button that we can upload images. Let's say const single file or cover file, whatever you say. Use state at the beginning, let's say undefined. And one more, and it's gonna be an empty array, and it will be files set files. And I'm gonna add one more use state, and it's gonna track our uploading process. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. When we start uploading, it will be true. In this case, we can disable our create button. We have to wait them first. After we can submit. And let's check our inputs. It's gonna be category. This name is important. Remember, we are using them here. Let's say on change, handle change. And for this title, I will add here a name. I'm gonna leave them description. Name will be description. Short description. Sorry, it's a short title. And the other one is short description. On change, delivery time and revision number. Let's delete those. We are gonna need only one. And this price. Okay. Using this handle change method, let's say const handle change event, and using this dispatch, we are gonna pass our event target name and value. I will say dispatch. I'm gonna add here an object, and it includes our action type. It's gonna be, what was the name? Change input. And the payload name will be event target, and name value will be event target and value. And our reducer is going to take this payload and update our state. I'm going to create one more function, and it's going to be handle feature. Let's check. Add feature. Let's leave this empty for now, and let's scroll down. So I'm going to add here a form, and it's going to cover this input. And also I'm going to add here a button, and let's say add like that. And on submit, it's going to be handle feature. Let's say type submit. So when I click on this button, we are going to take this input value and add it to our payload. Let's do that. Payload will be event target, and the first target, remember, it's a form, and the first child is input. And after adding, I want to make this input value an empty string. By the way, I should say event prevent default. Otherwise, it's going to refresh the page. And what else? We should handle our uploads. Let's say handle upload. I'm going to delete everything. It's going to be a little bit long. But first, let's set our files. Single file and these multiple files. I will come here and say on change event set single file event target files, and I'm going to take only one file. I will copy this and paste here. As you can see, it's multiple. So in this case, it's going to be only files. And let's say set files. Okay, we have our files right now. We can use upload file function and take our URLs. In this case, it's going to be async. And remember, we have set uploading use state here. It was false. When we start this process, it's going to be true. After that, we can write here try catch block and start our process. Let's say console log. I'm going to say const cover picture URL. It's going to be await upload. Let's check what was the name. Okay, upload. Let's import this like that. I'm going to pass here my single file, and we are going to upload multiple images. To do that, we can use promise all. I will say const images await promise all. We are doing this because we are going to need multiple async function. I will say take the files array, but there is something important here. Let me show you. Console log files, and I'm going to choose 3 images here. And as you can see, it's not an array, it's a file list. To transform this to array, I'm going to be using this method. I'm going to wrap this and spread my file list. In this case, it's going to be an array. We are doing this because we cannot apply map function for file lists. It's going to be JavaScript list. So I will say files and use map, and for each file const URL is going to be await upload, and we are going to pass this file. And finally, of course, it's going to be async, and it's going to be curly brackets like that, and we are going to return this URL. Basically, for each file, we are gonna get URL, and this promise is gonna take those URLs and make an array, and it's gonna be our images. After this process, finally, we can say set uploading false. We can finally create a new gig. And let's say dispatch type, what was the name? Add images. And payload will be cover and images. It means cover equals cover, images equals images. But if they have the same name, we don't need that. We can leave it like this. I'm gonna take this and create a button. Actually, I can create here, let's say images div. I'm gonna wrap here. And one more, images inputs. And next to them, I'm gonna create a button. And let's say upload. Actually, we can write here a condition. If it is uploading, what was the name? Okay, only uploading. It's gonna be uploading. If it's not, right here, upload. Let's see. Okay, it's here. Let's give a style. Add CSS, and I'm gonna come here and say images. I'll say display flags, align item center. I'm gonna give gap between them like this. And input section will be display flags, but flags direction column. Let's do that. Images inputs, flags direction column, and let's say gap 20. Okay, perfect. And for here, after this button, I will say add, what was the name? This class name, let's check. Okay, I didn't give any. Let's say class name is gonna be add. And I will say display flags, justify content, space between, and input size will be 100%. Or I can decrease, let's say 80%. Okay, it's much better. And when I add here an item, we are gonna create some small buttons that we can see our features. Let's come here. After this form, I will say added features. And let's create a div. It's gonna be a single item. And I'm gonna add here a button. It's gonna show our feature. And also I want to add a span here, and it's gonna be X. Basically, when we click on this button, we are gonna delete our feature using this reducer. Okay. Let's give a style. I will say added features, display flags, gap 20, a button, let's say height 30. I'm gonna decrease font size and font weight. Let's say background color transparent. We are not gonna see right now. Let's change its color. Let's say red. And I'm gonna add a border, 1 pixel, solid, and red. And border radius, let's say 10. Or I can delete this border. Okay, it's better. Let's center everything inside. Display flags, align item center. And let's give gap between this text and X. Okay, it looks nice. Right now we can give our functionalities. Instead of this text, we can take it from our state. So I'm gonna wrap here, and I will say state features. Of course, I should use question mark here because they can be empty. And I will say map. And for each feature, we are gonna see this item. We need a unique key. It's gonna be F. And after that, when I click on this button, let's say on click event, I'm gonna dispatch my action. Let's say dispatch. Type will be. Let's check. I'm gonna close here, by the way. Remove feature. And the payload will be our feature. So I will say F. And instead of this text, we can show our feature. Let's see. As you can see, it's empty. We don't have any. But when I click here, we are gonna add this feature. Did we handle this or not? Okay, we did. Let's try. Test. I'm gonna add. Okay, there is something wrong. Oh, I said feature is gonna be features. State features. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Second. Awesome. If I click here, it's removing. This is what we expected. Perfect. And let's try to upload some images. I'm gonna come here, take this handle upload. Where is our button? Here. I will say on click. It's gonna be handle upload. Let's see. I'm gonna open my console. It says Stripe should use HTTPS, but we are just testing. It's not a problem. I'm gonna choose my image here. And those images. I will say upload. Of course, I didn't write any console log here. Let's say state. And as you can see, you have our cover picture, and inside images, we have two pictures. It works. If I give any price here, as you can see, it's updating like that. If I add any features, let's click here. Awesome. Another one. Perfect. Basically, we have everything we need. Right now, by clicking this button, we can submit our information to database. So let's say handle submit. Event prevent default. And we are going to be using mutation. Let's open up reviews. I will copy this. Let's paste here. We don't need use query. I will say use query client, use mutation, and new request. I'm gonna import them, and we are gonna make request to gigs endpoint. It's gonna be a post method. I'll say gig, and it's gonna invalidate my gigs. Actually, we don't have to write here, but after adding a new gig, we are gonna be redirected to my gigs page. Let's create here use navigate. Okay, let's use this mutation. I'm gonna pass here my state. And right after that, we can be navigated to the gigs page, my gigs. Okay, I hope everything is okay. Let's see. I'll say from React, animation. Let's choose this one. Upload images. Let's say upload. I will say description from React. Short from React. I'm gonna add features. And price. Let's create. Nothing happened, that because we didn't use this function. Let's find out our create button. And I will say on click. And before this navigation, let's see if everything is okay or not. I will open my console and let's check our network here. I will create, and as you can see, it has created our new gig. And this is its ID. Okay, awesome. So that's all, I think. Of course, it's the basic version of Fiverr, but you can add many features here. We just covered most of the features. We can fetch data, we can filter gigs, we can create an order, we can make our payments, we can see our gigs, we can add new one, orders, messages. I think it was a great project to improve your MERN stack skills. If you want to see more features, just let me know in the comments. And that's all. If you learned something new today, please like the video. And don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. And let me know in the comments what kind of projects you want to see in the next tutorials. I hope I will see you in the next video. Goodbye.